Open the door. Matters of privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to all of my colleagues for another week of important debate and conversation in this Legislative Assembly. I just wanted to begin my remarks by saying that almost completed or just completed in Ottawa is the swearing in of the new federal cabinet. I want to congratulate all of those who make up the new cabinet, in particular, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lawrence Macaulay, who retains his post as the Minister of Department of Veterans Affairs, and also the Associate Minister for Defence, Mr. Speaker. I've developed a good relationship with Lawrence in my short time here, and I look forward to building upon that into the future. We also have some key allies that I was glad to see appointed into the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, or promoted. Dominic LeBlanc as the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and now will also retain the infrastructure file, which is of key importance to this province, Mr. Speaker. And as well, Jeanette Pettipas-Taylor is the new Minister of ACOA. I had the opportunity to work with Ms. Taylor when she was the Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker, and we worked in the early stages in the development of our Healthy School Lunch program as well. So it's a lot to build on for us as a province, and a lot of great opportunity into the future. I want to talk just for a moment about the Saturday night I got a chance to spend. I was sharing a quick chat with the Leader of the Opposition, who I think attended the afternoon session of the Women's Network event at the Trailside, Mr. Speaker, and what a tremendous night it was. Rachel Beck, Catherine McClellan, Josh Rayome, who I got to see actually perform for the first time. I saw her host a couple of events. I had never seen her sing and perform before, and it was, as I told her after, she blew my head off. It was amazing how good she was. Of course, hosted by the amazing Irish Mython, who has a bit of a self-proclaimed acid tongue, which she used mainly for the Leader of the Opposition earlier in the day. She refrained from using it on me to a certain degree Saturday night, which I was most grateful of. I think we all left that night. I know that the member for Charlottetown West Royalty, Charlottetown Belvedere, Charlottetown Victoria Park were there. We were sitting in very close proximity to one another. We enjoyed the evening, and we left there thinking what a great gift, this world of music that's developed in PEI is to the rest of the world, and how we have to continue to find new and creative ways to make sure that's shared. But it was an absolute joy to be there, Mr. Speaker. I made my way back to the Trailside again last night, Mr. Speaker, to participate in the City of Charlottetown's Arts and Culture Awards, which was another amazing night, Mr. Speaker. The award itself is designed by island artist Almond Katz, Mr. Speaker. It's an impressive little statue. The emerging artist was Julie Bull. The Artistic Excellence Award went to Aaron Hastelow. The Champion of the Arts went to Ghislaine Cormier, Mr. Speaker. And the Lifetime Achievement Award went to Dave Stewart, who has written in The Buzz extensively, and Yet I Blame Hollywood cartoon is really it's really a treat, Mr. Speaker, and he does a great job. There was also a presentation of what they call the Late Great Award for the first time, which was made in memory of artist Hilda Woolnow, Mr. Speaker. Now, I didn't know Hilda, but listening to Cheryl Wagoner explain Hilda and share some of her talents and her personality, I regret that I didn't get a chance to meet and share some time with Hilda. She was, by all accounts, a spitfire, Mr. Speaker, and a mover and shaker in the arts community. So congratulations to the City of Charlottetown, and more importantly, the Art Advisory Board members who put that night on, Mr. Speaker. And just finally, I would say that just a reminder to all members of the legislature and those who might be tuned in at home, that the annual Coats for Kids winter clothing drive is underway. It continues until this Saturday, Mr. Speaker. There's a drop-off location at the Charlottetown Mall from 9 to 5. This is an important cause, and if you can help out, I would encourage Islanders, as they are known to do, Mr. Speaker, to help out those in need. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish good luck and good debate to all of my colleagues here this afternoon.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can't not start by mentioning the Women's Network concert on Saturday. It was indeed a spectacular show, and there were different performers in the afternoon from the evening, and I got to hear Alicia Toner, and Kinley was there, and Joss Rayome also performed in the afternoon. They were taking the place of somebody who could not. And like you, it was the first time I heard them sing and perform, and my goodness, what a talent. And we're blessed here on the island with an extraordinary breadth and depth of talent in all kinds of arts, but in music I think it's especially deep and wide, and to hear those women and non-binary folk perform on Saturday was just such a treat. Every single song and every performance was top-notch. And of course, Irish when she wasn't excoriating me with her acid tongue. It was great. Like, she is her comic talent is just unbelievable. Like, she'll pick up on a comment and run with it and do it brilliantly and so naturally. She's just one of the funniest people I know. So thanks, Irish, for hosting it, and thank you to all the performers. Anne Worth, who lives in my district, actually in Bonshaw, and frolics in the Bonshaw Hills early every morning. I see pictures of her out there with her friends, kayaking or walking or running or doing something. She was just recently named the Atlantic Regional Chair of the Board of Directors of the Nature Conservancy of Canada, a very important position. And Anne, of course, brings enormous experience to that role as her member of a number of boards here on Prince Edward Island, and in areas as diverse as real estate and agriculture and fisheries and sustainable development. Anne has done it all. She's an extraordinary person. And she's been a member of the board, the NCC board, for a couple of years now. And for her to now be named as the Atlantic Regional Chair, I think is a real recognition of the talents and the work ethic that she brings to everything she does. So congratulations to you, Anne, on that. The Newcomers Association of PEI, they recently changed their name to Immigration and Refugee Services Association, IRSA, just a couple of months ago, I think. And in August, our caucus had the great pleasure of meeting with the outgoing Executive Director, Craig Mackey, who told us about the history of the organization and his many, many years of devotion to the cause, and some of the wonderful work they do across the province here. And they do a number of things, and they do it really, really well. And particularly as our province increases in its diversity and the number of newcomers who are arriving on Prince Edward Island need the support services from IRSA and the community, and they do a brilliant job at that. So thank you, IRSA, for the work that you do. And finally, I want to pay tribute to another constituent of mine, an ex-dental patient, and that's Frank Curley. Frank from Brookvale, who he passed away on Sunday, and he was the superintendent, amongst other things, he was the superintendent of Brookvale Ski Park for decades, and he was a real legend there, and I believe it's his daughter-in-law, Kim, who carries on in that role today. He was instrumental in building up that ski park and also in the infrastructure for mountain biking in the area as well. So he was predeceased by his wife, Gail, and I send my sincere condolences to his son, Stephen, his daughter-in-law, Kim, his grandchildren, Mitch and Noah, and all of Frank's brothers and sisters and family. Thank you, Frank, for your decades of work in creating that real island gem that we have in Brookvale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, it's certainly a pleasure to be back in the House for another day, and I hope everyone had a great weekend. I look forward to the proceedings all week. Congratulations to all Cabinet Ministers appointed this morning, especially Lawrence McCauley, who has worked very hard for Islanders and all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday I was pleased to attend the Acadian and Francophone Society of PEI at their AGM in Tignish along with the Premier. It was a wonderful event. The theme of the meeting was rapprochement, resilience and diversity, and there were many great discussions and workshops that engaged all the members. Thank you to the organisers who put this event together and all who have attended. Mr. Speaker, this was a big weekend for Island hockey teams, as Charlottetown Islanders had two strong winning performances, and the Summerside Western Capitals extended their winning streak to 5 games, continuing their hot start to the season. I would like to give a job well done to each team and wish them continued success going forward in the season. And also, I'm sure along with the Premier, we'd like to congratulate the Montreal Canadiens on their big win over the weekend. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to give congratulations to Anne Worth, a very deserving individual, on her new appointment to the Nature Conservancy of Canada, from Atlantic Canada, and wish her all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello to everyone watching from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, and from all over our province, and hello to my colleagues. Friday afternoon, our caucus had the opportunity to attend the parent support protest that happened on University Avenue. And we had a great opportunity to speak with many of the youth who were there, who shared their stories, and really some really great ideas for how things can be improved. And so I want to say hi, give a shout out to everyone who was involved in that very peaceful protest to bring progress to our province. Saturday evening, I have to mention the Women's Network fundraiser as well. I had so much fun. The talent, every time I go somewhere, I just feel such pride in this province because of the talent that we have. I've felt that way my whole entire life, so it's really wonderful, and they did such a wonderful job, and it's always such a fun event. There was one thing that Gillian Kilfoyle, who's the executive director for the Women's Network, she got up and was talking about how feminists don't bring much joy. And while I've heard that many times before, I guess just the jovial spirit of that event made me really kind of sit and reflect on that, and I kind of giggled to myself because I see that in myself, Mr. Speaker. You know, sometimes when you're trying to move forward a feminist approach, a feminist whatever, it can feel sometimes like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulder. And finally, I'm out walking my dog all the time, and just the Halloween decorations around Charlottetown are incredible. And my son is recently really in the spirit of decorating, so our house is quite decked out as well, him completely on his own. So thank you to all the residents who take the time to do that, because it has brought some great joy to me and my dog on our walks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here in the House today and welcome all those watching from District 18, Rustico Emerald. And Mr. Speaker, it's great community out there in District 18. For example, in North Rustico, of course, the new Arena and Wellness Centre is coming along really, really well. But the entranceway on the way in, there's a big sunken part of the road, and it filled with water over the weekend. But of course, Mr. Speaker, they're a community that takes action, and so using the North Rustico firefighters equipment, volunteer firefighters from both North Rustico and New Glasgow, I think, pumped it out so that everybody could access the ice over the weekend. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about another community story, and these are the things that make the fabric of our community. Is I met with my constituent Janet Cotton, who's anyone who knows Janet, she sells tickets to every event around the sun. She's a very, very strong member and longtime member of the Women's Institute. And so the Women's Institute Hall had a couple of shingles that blew off the roof, and they were fretting about how they get the money to pay for this, and are we going to try and apply for government programs? And anyway, she went past the old Douglas and Harriet Cole residence, and there was a carpenter in there she didn't recognize. She said, so she just marched right up and she says, listen, I need to talk to you for a second. Who's the boss here? Oh, the boss is inside. All right, you come talk with me. So you see that building over there? She said, that's the Women's Institute Hall, and there's some shingles missing. How much would it cost for you to fix that? And he says, well, he said, let me get back to you. Anyways, he comes to her house afterwards and calls her out, and she says, well, do you have a price? And he said, well, it's going to be pretty dear to you. And she said, how much? He said, well, it'll have to be some fresh biscuits. Anyway, needless to say, he fixed the shingles better than they'd ever been before. And she delivered both biscuits and sweets. And she said, you make sure you eat those biscuits yourself. But that's how things are done in small communities. That's how people help each other. No bureaucracy, no grand government programs. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, speaking of communities, on Saturday evening, I was able to go to the mill in New Glasgow. Of course, Emily Wells runs the mill, and she's constantly volunteering her time and talents. And so this was the Kensington and Area Refugee Sponsorship Initiative, CARSI, and there's a fella who's a refugee from Somalia originally. He came through a refugee camp in Kenya, Isaac Aiden. And so he really opened my eyes as to why we should be so thankful here in Canada for what we have. 500,000 people living in a refugee camp for decades, Mr. Speaker, because they had no country that they could call their own. He's working to get his sister and her family here. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise and to welcome my colleagues for an exciting week here in the Legislative Assembly. Of course, hello to everyone in District 10, Charlottetown, Winslow. Saturday morning, it sounds like the honourable colleagues have all had busy weekends. Saturday morning, I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned on Friday, to attend the Motion Ball Marathon of Sport for Special Olympics PEI. Again, a great job to Kip Reddy and Ben McDonald and all of the teams, all of the Special Olympians. Together raising over $34,000 for Special Olympics PEI as well as Special Olympics Canada Foundation. On Saturday night, I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Leader of the Third Party mentioned, the Charlottetown Islanders had the opportunity to take the Central Storm Under-11 Team Orange Girls. I want to thank Susie Myers for helping to organize that, as well as Noah Woodworth with the Charlottetown Islanders. The girls had a great time, and they enjoyed some delicious ADL milk after the big game. And of course, Mr. Speaker, last night in the Charlottetown and Cornwall areas, the Wiseman's Food Drive took place. I had a chance to stop by at the Winslow Lions Club and make a donation. I brought my children with me, Sophie and Harrison. And it was funny because Jason Lamont at the club had mentioned, as my kids were getting a little rambunctious, that he said, you understand that this is just a drive-through donation area and not a place to babysit your children, which I, of course, laughed, and I thanked him. So again, thank you to everyone who came out and made a donation for the Wiseman's Food Drive for the Upper Room Food Hospitality Ministry, Inc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate Macy Hewitt, my late friend, Hilda Woolnow, for the award. She was not only a great artist. I have a couple of pieces hanging in my own dwelling that I look at every day. She was also a great friend and had legendary parties several times a year with live music and dancing, and she was a fantastic cook as well. She's sorely missed. I also want to tell the legislators here about a new dangerous affliction that's spreading around. We know COVID is especially dangerous for seniors and First Nations people. This affliction turned out to really hit the opposition party and its supporter heart. It's called sign waving. When it hits you, it makes these people go out to ungodly hours in the bad weather and hopping up and downs with wearing signs. And sad to admit, I've been infected myself. Even so, standing there, I have learned a lot. You stand there for an hour or sometimes two, and hundreds of cars drive by. And most of the hundreds of cars just have the driver in it. And it seems to me that we need to concentrate on make that difference so that every car has at least two people. Imagine if every car had two people in it, suddenly you would have half as many cars on the road and you would save all the gas that the other 50,000 cars uses every day. This is something we need to look into seriously, I think. And I hope I get better for my side waving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise. Hello to everybody from Mermaid Stratford. I headed up to Kensington on Saturday evening, and I went to the Kensington Haunted Mansion, and let me tell you, I got a lot of screams in. I won't lie. I thoroughly enjoyed it. They did a phenomenal job. They do a phenomenal job up there. I've been to Halloween Haunt at Wonderland, and I kept saying, like, I think I screamed as much in Kensington as I would have when I was in Toronto. It was excellent. So if anybody's looking for a good way to get your heart pumping and your blood going, I would tell you, those guys are doing a phenomenal job up there, and they're there start this week as well until Halloween, so it's great. And I'm also looking forward to another Halloween fundraiser for the Stratford Youth Council. They're doing a haunted trail out in Cotton Park, and if you know Cotton Park, it's this great little trail that goes around and it's completely in the woods, and I know I'm going to scream. I totally know that they're going to jump out, that they're going to make me scream, and I'm going to have a blast, and it's just going to make me feel great because I just love Halloween. So just recognize it is a fundraiser for the Stratford Youth Council. If you are not busy Friday night or Saturday night, head out there for a good scream, and I'm sure that they're excited. Thank you.
The honourable Minister from Fisheries and Communities.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I think it's we're getting close to coming up to Remembrance Day, and I thought it was important that we should. Royal Canadian Legion has come up with a new way we can remember our veterans across the country. and is by a new lawn sign that can be purchased at our local branches of the Legion, or you can also order them online. I had the opportunity to meet with the Legion last week on that subject, and mine actually arrived on Friday in the mail. And I just want to encourage everybody that show our support for our veterans across this country and across the island, and maybe think about purchasing this lawn sign that you can proudly display at your own house. It's roughly 16 by 24, and it comes with the stakes. It's a nice way to show our support of our veterans across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I miss anyone? No. The honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness, and the third-party whip.
Mr. Speaker, have you ever wanted to be an Earth Ranger? Earth Rangers is an organization that is working to inspire a strong environmental narrative for Canada's youth. It is committed to instilling environmental knowledge, positivity, and confidence to take action in every child in Canada. It helps children understand that their actions today will matter tomorrow and long into the future. Since its creation in 2004, Earth Rangers have engaged children throughout school outreach by encouraging students to take action to protect animals and the habitats in which they live. Many other environmental organizations and advocates have provided such dire messages on climate change that there's been unintended impacts on children. It's mental health, which has caused an eco-anxiety mindset for many young children. The Earth Rangers messaging takes this into account and offers a more positive tone, a tone that offers realistic, optimistic viewpoints for children. The Earth Rangers inspire children to adopt sustainable behaviors and empowers them to become directly involved in the protecting animals and their habitats. Throughout the month of October, the O'Leary Elementary School participated in an Earth Ranger recycling program, the Battery Blitz School Challenge. And Mr. Speaker, the MLA for O'Leary Inverness even played a cameo role in the podcast, thanking Earth Rangers and students for their participation and contribution to such a worthy mission. Mr. Speaker, we all must do our part protecting our environment, and your age does not matter. We can all be empowered to make a difference today. So I encourage all members to recycle their batteries around their home. You can drop them off at the O'Leary Elementary School during the month of October or at our various Waste Watch recycling depots year-round across the island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tignish-Palmer, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We all know the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has had harsh impacts on many small businesses here on Prince Edward Island, whether they are tourism, retail, fisheries, or services. There's a great deal of concern right across this island. I hear it in my community quite a bit, from those who operate restaurants and other small businesses to the local arena and other community organizations, and also to the families in my community. They continue to face additional strain. But something I keep hearing is this: why is there no designated staffing support from government to enforce the Vax Pass? We have all heard from business owners in our community that aside from COVID, finding staff is the biggest challenge. For the most part, businesses support the general concept of the Vax Pass because it keeps patrons and staff safe. But it comes at a cost, and that cost is being placed on those businesses. And I have to wonder, Mr. Speaker, shouldn't there be some form of help for island businesses beyond the $500 for a tablet? Shouldn't we make sure that island businesses can get the assistance that they need to enforce government's mandatory public health measures? Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the lifeblood of this province. And in many ways, we are small, but a self-reliant province. And we became that way because of the hard work of our entrepreneurs. So, I would urge government to take a look at what it is providing in terms of Vax Pass support and consider measures to offer vital assistance given the circumstances a health pandemic like this creates. Thank you.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke, and the opposition whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, a group of leading economists, doctors, and health experts from across the country published a letter calling on provinces to implement more robust paid sick leave programs that include at least 10 paid sick days for workers. This would align with countries like New Zealand and Australia, where workers have a right to 10 employer-paid sick days, and would still fall short of the stronger protections in countries like Sweden, which is 14 days, and Germany, which is 30 days. These experts argue that even beyond the pandemic, quote, "We are all better off when people don't go to work sick. At a societal level, this means less illness and death, lower healthcare costs, and higher economic productivity," end quote. Our lowest paid, most precarious workers are the most likely to not have paid sick days. Women and racialized workers are overrepresented in this group. Women are consistently more likely than men to need to take time off from work due to illness or disability, childcare, and elder care responsibilities. Too many workers have to choose between going to work sick and paying their rent. For too many workers, staying home to take care of a sick child can mean not being able to pay the electric bill or put food on the table. When I asked about permanent paid sick leave last week in this House, the minister told us this government will start looking at the idea of paid sick days after the pandemic. How can we have a successful economic recovery without considering the well-being of workers and their families? Again and again, workers have and continue to be an afterthought. If we want a fair and just recovery for all, business as usual simply isn't going to cut it. First and foremost, PEI workers must be respected and valued, not just as the backbone of island businesses, but as people who build and contribute to our communities. How can we make PEI workplaces the best, safest, and most equitable for all our island workers in our economic recovery? Should be the first question we ask ourselves as we plan to move beyond this pandemic, not the last. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as notice. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week during question period, I was asked to bring back information on the average holds per night at Prince County Hospital and at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Mr. Speaker, for the period from January 1st to October 17th of this year, the average emergency department bed holds at midnight were 6.9 for Prince County Hospital and 13.2 for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. As well, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite asked for information about average wait times in the emergency departments of our province's hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the average wait time across all hospital ER departments and for individuals coming to an emergency department at Prince Edward Island hospitals is 2.4 hours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anyone else? No? For our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm astonished by that last statistic, by the way, and I think I might go and check that. It's been almost 4 years since a permanent doctor was in place in Crapo, serving the South Shore community, and much has changed, of course, over those years. And part of that is the establishment of a community clinic attached to the pharmacy there, and that's created a space where primary health care is now being provided to many residents of the area, for which I and many of my neighbours are grateful. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. When can we expect to see a full-time family physician once again practicing in Crapo and serving the more than 3,000 people who call the South Shore their home?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. As I believe the Leader of the Opposition had mentioned here last week in the House, that he had the opportunity to visit, meet with staff and the board members out at South Shore a short time after I had. And I think we look going forward, Mr. Speaker, we look at the 9.6 additional full-time equivalent family physicians that were approved in the budget that we are actively recruiting for. We look as well, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in putting in place medical homes, medical neighbourhoods across this province, Mr. Speaker. These are just a couple of the initiatives that not only are going to help the people in the South Shore region, but islanders right across the province. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Interesting you brought up medical homes and neighbourhoods, and it remains unclear to me to this day exactly what this government understands those things to be. What is a medical home? What is a medical neighbourhood? A question to the same minister. Can you describe and explain what you mean by these terms and whether or not Crapo is currently or will be either a medical home or part of a medical neighbourhood?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess, first of all, I would like to point out that both the Canadian College of Family Physicians and the PEI College of Family Physicians strongly endorse medical homes, medical neighbourhoods. And as the Premier had referenced last week as well, Mr. Speaker, by the end of this fiscal year, that there will be an announcement with regard to the first 5 medical homes, medical neighbourhoods across the province. And certainly looking forward to that and providing that information and providing the best health care that we can, Mr. Speaker, for Islanders from tip to tip. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. And I understand that the Canadian Medical Association and the local organisation here provincially support the idea, and I would too, except I really don't know what it is. And I didn't hear in your answer there whether you have a clear idea of what medical homes and neighbourhoods actually are. Patients are currently being seen by a wonderful nurse practitioner out of the Crapo Clinic and some locum doctors, but many residents are still being diverted to Cornwall, and they're being told that the Crapo Clinic is full. To the same minister, why are people who would much rather be treated in Crapo, near their home, being told that they must go to Cornwall? And what did your department assess the patient capacity of the Crapo Clinic to be?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to briefly go back to with regard to medical homes and medical neighbourhoods, Mr. Speaker, this is going to provide all-encompassing services out of these medical homes, medical neighbourhoods, whether you're looking at primary care, Mr. Speaker, whether you're looking at mental health and addictions, Mr. Speaker, whether you're looking at access to public health. We will be looking at what services are most required in certain areas of the province, and those services will be delivered out of the medical homes in conjunction in the medical neighbourhoods with our partners. Mr. Speaker, certainly the member brings up a point that was brought forward when I did have the meeting in South Shore, and I had indicated to the ones that I met with at South Shore, Mr. Speaker, that it would be followed up on, and that I am waiting for that information as he requested. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. My final question to the Minister. Medical files exist in both of these locations, and they're apparently part of the reason why some folks are being sent to Cornwall against their will, because the files exist there. The arrival of electronic medical records will allow for far easier transfer of patients' files between offices and different components of the island healthcare system, of course. Back in 2019, your predecessor said this: "We have full expectations that we will have a fully functioning EMR island-wide system within the next 10 months. That was back in 2019. To the current Minister of Health and Wellness, like so many other initiatives of this government, EMR has been repeatedly promised and never delivered. How can you expect Islanders to believe you when you say EMR will be launched sometime in our lifetimes?"
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, if I recall correctly, the original conversations with regard to electronic medical records was brought forward back, I believe it was in 2014, by a previous administration. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering, we have delivered. A contract is in place. It is being rolled out across the province. Mr. Speaker, the member has referenced South Shore and the primary care network there. Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, part of that rollout is going to be taking place around the first to the latest, the middle of November. But it is being rolled out. Our government has delivered on electronic medical records. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Pine Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 11th, 2021, the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action committed to funding the Richmond Bay Watershed Association for the 2021 season, regardless of ongoing discussions with the PEI Watershed Association at large. That same month, the Richmond Bay Watershed Association submitted its yearly contract to government as it does every year. Question to the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. What happened next?
Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we met with the Watershed Alliance, and they wanted to work through it. Tried on numerous occasions to reach out to members of Richmond Bay. They weren't willing to meet, and then when they finally came to the table, they came with all kinds of accusations. And I said to the Watershed Alliance, I said, "You guys work this out, and then come back to me," and that's where it lies.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Richmond Bay Watershed Association would describe that experience quite differently. The provincial funding request from the Richmond Bay Watershed Association was for $39,000. A very small ask, given the value they bring to their rural community, the relationships and trust they've built, and the environmental benefits of their work. Question to the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. Will you finally keep your promise and provide this funding to the Richmond Bay Watershed Association? And if so, when?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
It's very important for government, as we work with the Watershed Alliance, that we don't want to lose the Watershed Alliance as a partner. They're out there doing great work right across Prince Edward Island. We certainly don't want to take it over as we once had in government, because we know that didn't work, and the volume of work that needs to be done is much too high. We're looking at funding all groups at a much higher level than we ever have before, and I'm excited about some of the things that we have around the corner that we can work with groups, and we continue to want the Richmond Watershed Group to work with the Watershed Alliance and work out their differences, because I think there's great work to be done by all of them, and we're going to be a very, very strong partner financially in that arrangement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, it's worrying to see an organization speak out about their unhappiness and then see their funding cut. What a chilling effect this can have on other groups who have concerns. The minister needs to engage in the work of addressing the issues and rebuilding relationships with and within the Watershed Alliance, and that does take work, and the minister needs to be doing that work. But at the same time, essential work must continue, and local watersheds and our environment should not suffer as a result. Question to the minister: how can Islanders trust you to follow through on your promises and take the necessary, bold actions for climate change and to protect our environment when you can't even follow through on a simple, clear promise to fund a local, essential watershed association?
Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, the question was really long. It'll give me lots of time to respond. You know, Mr. Speaker, I try to work with all these groups. Well, the work that they're doing is very, very important to me. The work that Mike Durant's group is doing is also very important to me, and they're the overarching body. So they are the ones that we fund. They're the ones that have the formula on how the funds get distributed amongst the groups, and they're the ones that have to manage that relationship. I asked them to work it out. I expect they will. They're all adults. There's no reason why they won't be able to work this out. Some of the emails that were coming were accusing the department of extortion, and I'm like, I don't even know any of you people. I'm not extorting you with the work. I want you to do the work. I want you to be a part of this, but you have to be able to work with other people in order to make this happen. So I challenged the Richmond Watershed Group to go on back, make a deal with the Watershed Alliance, talk to the people like adults, and work out your differences so you can continue to do your work. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, it's really disheartening to hear the minister point fingers and lay blame.
Like you're doing. Exactly like you're doing.
Lay the blame at the feet of community organizations that are trying their best. To know that the minister simply sent them off to say, work out your problems without actually engaging in any discussion himself and putting in the work is incredibly disappointing. Mr. Speaker, we've heard this minister stand in this House and call the National Farmers Union racist. We've heard this minister refer to experts engaging with a legislative committee, compare them to an outdated reference to a cartoon baby. Now he stands here telling a local watershed group, sorry, I'm not keeping my promise, sort it out on your own. Minister, why do you continue to treat people doing important work for our community with such disrespect?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a great relationship with the Watershed Alliance. I actually work hand in hand with them all the time. We were at the table all the time with the Island Nature Trust. We have a bi-weekly meeting in my office where they come in and we work on the projects that are important to them. We're taking action on buying back the buffer zone along the watershed, and we want the Watershed Alliance to use their partners out in the community to help us repair that so that it can be back the way it was a number of years ago before it was destroyed. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That's very important to me. And we need partners. But we need those partners to be able to work together under an umbrella. I'm not the manager of the department. I'm the minister of the department. I have people that are way smarter than me working in the department whose job it is to make these things happen. I rely on them. This member over here would have me butt in front of the smart people in my department and try to get my elbows up and make decisions on their behalf instead of listening to the good advice that I'm given. And Mr. Speaker, I won't do that. I trust the people who work for me, and I always will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from people who are waiting a long time to see a neurologist, sometimes for potentially serious issues. Question to the Minister of Health. Can you confirm that PEI has our full complement of neurologists and that they are all currently seeing patients?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to confirming whether the province has a full complement of neurologists, right at this point I can't say. But I think, Mr. Speaker, we look right across the board. Every jurisdiction is having challenges with regard to recruitment of healthcare professionals, Mr. Speaker. We here in this administration, we have plans, we have recruitment incentives that we work upon, that we utilize to bring in these healthcare professionals, Mr. Speaker. An example of that is that we put in recently an additional $15,000 recruitment incentive for return in service for psychologists. And right across the board, for specialists, we have those incentives in place. But I do appreciate from the member, and I certainly will bring that information back, if not later this afternoon, definitely tomorrow. Thank you.
Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed the minister doesn't know that because I've been emailing about neurologists to him for 3 weeks. Mr. Speaker, one person told me she has been waiting 8 months already and still hasn't received a call to let her know when her appointment will be. Question to the minister, is this a normal wait time to see a neurologist on PEI?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, Health PEI is the Crown Corporation that delivers healthcare services right across the board to all islanders. That is their mandate. That is their operational mandate to do that, Mr. Speaker. For me to say, yes, but we have vacancies here, here, and here, I don't know those right across the province in every specialty, in every area, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I have faith in the ones that work day in, day out in Health PEI and in health and wellness with regard to recruitment and retention, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's literally not related to my question in any way. I'm asking if this is a normal wait time to see neurologists on PEI. We clearly have people who are waiting an extreme amount of time. Question to the minister, what are you doing to clear up this backlog of people who need to see neurologists in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely related to the honourable member's question. Completely related. And I go back again to the recruitment incentives that we have put in place, whether it's for nurse practitioners, whether it's for RNs, whether it's for specialists, all of that. We have great staff. I have great staff working day in, day out, hard, and here we have the opposition basically saying they're not doing their job, they're not doing their work. What we have here, Mr. Speaker, what we have here is that we have these individuals working, and we know the challenges right across the board, in every jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, that we are recruiting for. And with that, yes, we have a plan going forward. Unfortunately, some previous administrations did not appear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it very distressing that when we ask the minister a question on wait times, what he hears is Health PEI is not doing their job, doctors are not doing their job. That's not what anyone is saying. Question to the minister. What are you doing to clear up the backlog of islanders who have potentially serious conditions who are waiting to see a neurologist in this province?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, across the board, we are recruiting for, it's not just for neurologists, it's across the board, as I mentioned earlier this afternoon, with regard to the additional 9.6 FTEs for family physicians. I had mentioned in my response to the last question that there needs to be a plan, and there is a plan, Mr. Speaker. There was none previously. But what we have going forward, we have started a comprehensive review of what is going to be needed in human resources, with regard to human resources, not just for the next month, not just the next year, but for the next 10-year period, so that we can address those, Mr. Speaker, and that whether I'm still here or somebody else, that we will not find ourselves in the position that we were left in. Thank you.
Remain Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the 20,000 islanders without a family doctor, this government decided to privatize their healthcare delivery by using Maple Virtual Services. This provided a last-ditch effort to band-aid a serious lack of services. But we found out today, currently, that Maple services for islanders without family doctors are currently unavailable because of a lack of physicians. Question to the Minister of Health. This government seems keen to privatize, but even when they do, they can't get services to islanders. When are you going to finally work with our physicians to provide public, accessible health care?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's become obvious over the last few days that what the official opposition keeps referring to, privatization, is what I feel is working with our partners, our great partners right across the board, for the delivery of health care services to islanders. And Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge what the honourable member has brought forward with regard to Maple, and it does show, as I had mentioned previously, Mr. Speaker, just with regard to healthcare professionals, the challenge that every organization, that every jurisdiction does have, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have done such things, such as yesterday when I met with staff in a local, one of our post-secondary institutions to discuss how we can move forward collectively in partnership to address human resource needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear regularly from constituents who are trying to keep loved ones in their home as long as possible. This really is the optimal situation for everyone. In fact, the minister has stated several times that it is a priority for this government because it's better for everyone. Often these seniors are on limited incomes. On paper, it may look as though they can afford to handle aging in place on their own. When you look closer, however, you realize the care person has had to take a step back from full-time employment as their loved ones take more time for care. Increasingly, their income is taken up by medications, replacing broken glasses, dental care, etc. So that while their monthly income looks like it's robust, it's really not. Question to the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Will you consider increasing the threshold for home care support so that more seniors can stay in their homes and age in place?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the issues that the member across raises are really important key issues, and I have stood in this house many times before, and having seniors age in place really is the best thing for everyone across the board. And so, of course, that's something that we consider on an ongoing basis, and I thank the member for raising it. And yes, definitely, we will look at the threshold for home care supports, and if that's an issue, we'll take action. Thank you.
Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to follow the lead by Tyne Valley Sherbrooke and ask a few more questions to the Minister of Health. As we all know, there are more than 20,000 islanders here in Prince Edward Island without a family doctor. Now, the government talks about medical neighborhoods and medical homes, and government talks about virtual care and doctors through computers. Today, government issued an alert. It said the virtual care is not available because of physician coverage issues. Will the Minister of Health please explain why are you now unable to provide virtual doctors for the thousands without a real doctor?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I had indicated to a former question here from previously this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. What this does, it shows the challenges that we have right across the board with regard to human resources, with regard to physicians, with regard to nurses. Mr. Speaker, the previous administration did a top-notch job of growing the population on this island by 27,000, I believe. Where they really fell down, though, Mr. Speaker, was putting in place any type of plan with regard to the implications that that was going to have on education, with regard to that was going to have on housing, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, the implication that that was going to have on health care. We are having to deal with that, Mr. Speaker, and we are dealing with it. Thank you.
Tignish Pomeroy, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the minister likes to go back and talk about the previous administration, but they've been in power for 2.5 years. So where's their plan? What have they done? This minister has probably the worst record in the Maritimes for the patient registry. So I wouldn't get up and try to blame somebody else. You had 2.5 years to do some work. So now, that's why I'm here.
Question.
So if someone is in need of medical advice, Mr. Speaker, and they are planning to use a virtual doctor, what should they do now? That's my question to the minister. What should they do now? Where is the backup?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not sure what the honourable member heard there, but I was trying to send a compliment out to the previous administration on how successful they had been in growing the population. It's just that they did not have a plan for anything else, apparently, Mr. Speaker. But kudos to where you did well. You did really well on that one. Mr. Speaker, again, this is a contract between Maple, Health PEI. I was in touch with Health PEI this morning. They are working diligently with Maple to make sure that this service is staffed and back up and running as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tignish Pomeroy, your second supplementary.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate the compliment from the Minister of Health, and I'd like to stand up here someday too and say that he did well, but I don't see that coming anytime soon. Mr. Speaker, I've been around for quite a while, and I've dealt with constituents who don't use or don't have access to a family doctor, and they are frustrated by reality. So what do I tell them now? How do I explain the fact that they now have a doctor shortage and a virtual doctor shortage?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, Mr. Speaker, am looking forward to that day with great anticipation. And I'm sure it'll come sooner rather than later.
25 seconds.
Speaker. With regard to the comment and what he tells, what the honourable member tells his constituents, what I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, what he tells his constituents is that with the Tignish area, we have provided and had more success there with regard to stabilizing primary care services in his home community of Tignish than the previous administration did in their years in power, and yes, over about a 2-year or less period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hospitals offer acute care, the kind that are required to conduct surgeries or respond to injuries. However, they're not designed to offer long-term care, restorative care. Restorative care focuses on rehabilitating patients with the goal of being able to return to their own homes or transition to the most independent level of care possible. Even a hospital could manage to offer some restorative care services. Living in a hospital setting is not ideal for rehabilitation and brings a reduced quality of life to the individual needs. Question to the Minister of Health. How many patients are currently residing in a hospital due to lack of available restorative care beds at facilities that offer restorative care services?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, when the honourable member, and I do appreciate his passion for this, I truly do, Mr. Speaker, when he references alternative level of care, I'll be the first to say there's too many. Absolutely too many. that we collectively, we have to do better. But part of that doing better, Mr. Speaker, is to look at what is needed. And as I'd mentioned here earlier this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is to have that comprehensive go-forward plan of what we do need with regard to staffing right across the board, whether it's RCWs, whether it's LPNs, RNs, specialist physicians, and with regard to alternative level of care as well. The impact that with regard to long-term care is certainly being felt there as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I guess I'll answer that. It's just too many. And, you know, we saw the restorative care, not alternative care, wing at PE Home discontinued in 2020. In March of this year, Dr. Garnham indicated during an interview that restorative care staff had, quote, drifted away. Government seems to be poaching staff from one area of the healthcare system to another without addressing the widespread staff shortages. Question to the Minister. Currently, how many staff at the PE Home, how many staff there are delivering restorative care services?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member mentions Dr. Garnham, the full-time appointed CEO of Health PEI. It's great to have him in that position. I think, too, like one of the things that Dr. Garnham has done over the last number of months is identify certainly the roadblocks, the challenges, the failures, let's face it, that we have seen previously. But now he is in a position of being able to address those, and I have written to to the CEO very recently indicating what can I do as Minister to provide you with assistance as you move forward on this. And maybe I'll chat with you after on that.
Charlottetown West Royal, your second supplementary.
Yeah, because restorative care, and this is so important because people get injured, and then to get them better, they can't be in a hospital. They have to be out there moving, getting the services they need because the rest of the country is moving in this direction. Restorative care is only one of many examples where a shortage of staff is causing disruptions in services offered. As of August 31st, there were 31 staff vacancies at the PE Home. So what is the issue, Minister? Is it a lack of beds, lack of staff, or lack of will?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's certainly not a lack of work. I know how hard that staff work day in and day out, as I've said here previously this afternoon. We do have to remember that we are in competition with so many other jurisdictions with regard to recruitment of healthcare professionals. We look too, and it was mentioned here, I believe, my cabinet colleague, with regard to we want people, I know that people want to be at home as early as possible, and that's why we have expanded home care. We're looking at the coach program as an example, Mr. Speaker. But I agree 100% with the honourable member. It has to be in the most appropriate setting for Islanders. Thank you.
Larry Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, thanks. Islanders are well familiar with Island EMS and its role as an ambulance provider for medical emergencies. Recently, government made the arrangement with Island EMS to provide mobile mental health services to a private company delivering mental health care, which previously was the domain of Health PEI. Now we find that the Deputy Minister of Health has been providing talking points to government which advocate on behalf of Island EMS providing mental health services. And thanks to the Guardian newspaper, we also know that these talking points are concerned. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Health believe it's appropriate for his deputy to provide talking points to government which defend the move of a private company delivering mental health services to where his deputy's brother works?
Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister that the honourable member refers to is actually my deputy, Mr. Speaker. I appoint deputies and they report to my office, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member would know that, having served in the position of cabinet in a variety of portfolios, Mr. Speaker. Every deputy minister, Mr. Speaker, has an annual disclosure form that they need to fill out and meet with the Ethics and Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. MLAs do that through the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. Deputies do it through the Ethics and Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. As part of this deputy minister's annual disclosure, he disclosed the relationship that was just referenced here, Mr. Speaker, and that's where we sit.
Larry Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the Premier is right. We know that deputies are appointed by the Premier, Mr. Speaker, and they are to look after the department and protect the Minister. Did the Minister ever express a concern to the Premier about the optics of a deputy with such strong ties to a company that was seeking to provide frontline health care services?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as I say, every deputy minister has to provide an annual disclosure, Mr. Speaker, to the Ethics and Integrity Commissioner, and this individual did that, Mr. Speaker. That is the process. I get a report annually from the Integrity and Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, that's written to me. Only I can open that information, Mr. Speaker, and as of the most recent report, Mr. Speaker, everything has been in line. In light of all of that, Mr. Speaker, in light of this information that was presented, I did direct my clerk of Executive Council to direct or to ask the Ethics and Integrity Commissioner to do a review of all of this information, Mr. Speaker, to make sure the information was done in a proper way and to determine if the process is conducted as it should be. And I await her review and will share it with the legislature when it's made available to me.
Larry F. your second supplementary.
Premier, you're putting your minister in a very difficult spot. The poor guy has a tough enough job as it is, Mr. Speaker. And, we certainly have concerns that there's a lot of things changing here, and you're putting the minister in a very awkward role, especially in dealing with Medivy. Now, I support Medivy as a good company. It does great things for ambulance services and things of that nature, Mr. Speaker. But when will we be getting feedback on this particular report, Premier?
The Honourable Premier.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, I've asked the Ethics and Integrity Commissioner to review this new information, and I await her review, Mr. Speaker, which I will share when it's presented to me, Mr. Speaker. Medivy is a not-for-profit company, as the honourable member would know. Medivy has been utilized in all different aspects, Mr. Speaker, of our healthcare delivery service as a partner. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the former government actually used Medivy and Island EMS to assist with home care, Mr. Speaker. So this isn't anything new that we do, Mr. Speaker. It's trying to utilize Island EMS as a partner in the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. Having said all that, the information that was presented, Mr. Speaker, is something you always take seriously, and I've asked the Ethics and Integrity Commissioner to review the information, and as I said, I will share that information with the legislature when it's made available to me.
Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been discussed many times in this House that reducing our carbon emissions from transportation is an essential part of meeting our carbon reduction goals. I believe transportation may be the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases. There have been new initiatives that have been put forward, Mr. Speaker. I think many people are happy, maybe not everyone, but with the new rural transit pilot. And also the electric vehicle incentive, which are steps towards that goal, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of the Environment, Energy and Climate Action. I seem to see an awful lot of electric vehicles out on the roads when I'm traveling through, especially District 10, but I'm curious as what the uptake for the new electric vehicle initiative launched earlier this year has been.
The Honourable Minister for Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great week over week to get questions about the environment from a member across the floor there. It's good to see that, like I said last week, Tories care about the environment because we appear to be the only ones that do. When we brought this program back, it was after the Liberals had cut the program, as you all recall. They cut the program to save money, and no one really knows why. And there was reluctance to jump right back into it without having a good program. So when we looked at our program, I said, look, I want it to be one of the best programs in the whole country. I want people to look at it as a real option for them to make this transition, and ours coupled with the federal government's rebate on a new car is about $10,000, and all alone on a used car is $5,000. So we're really, really happy with that. There's over 400 cars registered on the road today that would be in the EV category, and through our program we have roughly 300 pushed through our program since its inception in April. So we're really proud of that, and we're going to continue to push on this one because we think it's important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is, it's a high number, I think, and I do think it will grow because I've talked to a lot of constituents who are making that move. Their cars either getting to a point where they need a new one, and they're kind of debating on what they want to do next with their vehicle, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, there are some naysayers to the electric vehicle program. They say, you know what, charging. There's no charging stations. There's not enough charging stations, which I disagree with. I've seen a lot of new out on the North River Causeway. I believe there's actually a new one just outside of the Legislative Assembly here. The other question, and we may have seen this last night on CBC, was the supply chain issues that are affecting a lot of different industries. So my question again to the same minister is, have these supply chain pressures impacted either the supply of electric vehicles to the province, or also the deployment of the EV chargers to support the growth for PEI.
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to date, we really haven't seen any. I know when we started down this road, I was told that we couldn't get the supply, and that was wrong. I was told that we couldn't build the charging network, and we have, and we continue to. And it's not just us. Private groups are now realizing that it's important to have it in front of their business, that it's a way to draw people into what they do. So that, along with, well, I talked about rural transportation, and I told it didn't happen. The minister did it over here. I said I want to have the best solar program in the country, and I was told we couldn't, and we do. I was told we couldn't use wind development to help other people besides the Energy Corporation, and we're going to, and they were wrong about that. People didn't believe we could do our active transportation network in the province, and we have 2 big years between the Minister of Transportation widening roads and our department partnering with communities to help build safe paths so people can take their bike to work and play. And the EV credit, Mr. Speaker, people didn't believe that we can do it, but here we are. So here we are, changing the way we tackle our responsibilities here in this province each and every day, and I'm proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow. Second supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if that means that we're not in the position where we're going to run into supply chain issues or not, but I do appreciate the minister, and I do appreciate the things that he's bringing forward. Because again, I do have a lot of constituents, Mr. Speaker, that it is a priority for them, and it's something that they find very dear to their heart. The last thing that I wanted to bring forward, and this was brought forward to me by a constituent, he said, I really want to try to get, thank you. I'm wondering if the government would ever look at including electric bikes under the province's successful electric vehicle initiative.
The Honourable Minister of Energy, Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, absolutely yes. There's no question about it. And I know for constituents that you would represent, it would be very important if we could get them to bike to work if they work in Charlottetown. We could reduce our GHGs. We could reduce the parking problem in downtown Charlottetown. We could reduce pollution. So absolutely yes, and it's coming soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, a group of constituents met with their MLA to share their concerns about Lyme disease diagnoses and treatment on PEI. The MLA for Belfast Murray River and the Minister for Finance promised that she would work with her colleagues to determine what can be done. Question to the Minister of Health: what are you doing to address the concerns of these islanders that the Minister of Finance raised with you?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with regard to what the honourable member has brought up, certainly those concerns, those questions have been passed on to Health PEI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stratford.
Speaker, there are islanders that are concerned with how Lyme disease is treated in PEI. To the Minister, will you commit to completing a literature review on the newest research regarding Lyme disease in this fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd referenced Health PEI, but I also have to stress, Mr. Speaker, that reportable diseases such as Lyme disease are also under the jurisdiction of the Chief Public Health Office. And Mr. Speaker, you look at how well the Chief Public Health Office has performed through COVID, and the members are there going, but it comes down to, obviously, the opposition does not have faith in these great professionals that we do have. That's what is obvious to me, Mr. Speaker. I do have faith in them, and I have faith that they will act appropriately with professionalism when needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Belvedere, final question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask a simple question that I think the Minister might actually be able to answer. So let's hope. You know, things could change. Who knows? Islanders have been leading the country in recycling and waste management for years, but I'm hearing from islanders who struggle with limited storage space for their recycling, especially if they live in an apartment. Glass, metal, plastics and blue bags and bundled cardboard are only picked up once a month by Island Waste Watch. There is an option to drop off at a collection centre on weekends, but Mr. Speaker, not everyone has access to a vehicle or the time to take that option. So a straightforward question for the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. And I'm being told no. Okay, a question for transportation and infrastructure. Thank you very much. Will you increase the blue bag pickup to bi-weekly across the province?
Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Honourable Member, thank you very much for that question. It's wonderful to be up on my feet. Mr. Speaker, Island Waste Watch, as we know, has been a tremendous success here on PEI. We're leading the country in recyclables and how we look after our normal throwaways. But, Mr. Speaker, we are continually reevaluating the processes that we have and the services that we provide to Islanders. We've also heard many times over and over that people would like the frequency of the green bins picked up during the summer. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a cost to that. There's a cost to everything. But, Mr. Speaker, there's many other options out there as well for individuals if they want to get rid of their recyclables more frequently. As the Honourable Member said, there is Saturday free drop-off. There's also private companies that will come and collect. But, Mr. Speaker, I stand behind Island Waste Watch and the great work that they're doing, and we will continue to reevaluate our services. Thank you.
End of questions. Presenting and receiving petitions. I missed that. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table a letter from 84 doctors, healthcare experts, and economists from across the country calling for paid sick days for all workers. And I move, seconded by Charlottetown Belvedere, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Charlotte Carey. Charlottetown Victoria Park. No. The Honourable Minister of... The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I present herewith a message from Her Honour, the Honourable Antoinette Perry, Lieutenant Governor of Prince Edward Island, which said message is signed by Her Honour.
Honourable members, I shall now ask the clerk to read the message from Her Honourable, Her Honour. Honourable members, please stand for the message.
Dear Mr. Speaker, Her Honour, the Honourable Antoinette Perry, Lieutenant Governor of the Province of Prince Edward Island, hereby transmits the estimates of capital revenue and capital expenditure required to carry on the public services of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, and also until the passage of the capital estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024. In accordance with the provisions of the Constitution Act 1867 and the Prince Edward Island Terms of Union 1873, Her Honour recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, by command of Her Honour, I present herewith the estimates of capital revenue and capital expenditure required to carry on the public services of the province for the fiscal year ending 31st of March 2023, and also until the passage of the capital estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024. And I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that the estimates be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall carry. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that consideration of the estimates for capital review and capital expenditures in committee of the whole House be added to the orders of the day until such time as they are dispatched.
Shall carry. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to share the planned capital spending by the Government of Prince Edward Island for the 2022-23 budgetary year. We are at an important point in our province's history. It is a time of transition. It is a time of looking back and of looking ahead. It is a time to consider our next steps, learning from our past and learning from each other to design a sustainable and inclusive tomorrow. We are fortunate that through the hard work and diligence of Islanders, we have not experienced the impacts of COVID-19 that many other jurisdictions have over the last 20 months. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the hard work we all put in over the past 2 years to keep each other safe. With the ongoing vaccine rollout and the opening of our borders, we are continuing to move forward. However, we are still affected by the experiences we have shared. We've seen Islanders pull together to support each other, neighbors helping neighbors, Islanders shopping local, and everyone adhering to public health and safety protocols. Still, even with the notable rise to the top by Islanders, we cannot ignore that there have been challenges and there has been fear and uncertainty, which has affected our security and has impacted us all socially, mentally, and emotionally. I think about the pandemic's effect on our tourism industry and other local businesses. Our retail and service workers showed courage by continuing to provide service to Islanders despite the unknowns of COVID-19. I know our children missed out on the routine of school and some of the rites of passage. And I think about our frontline healthcare workers staying resolute in their commitment to care. And Mr. Speaker, when I think of our public service, even with COVID-19 on the top of our minds over the last 20 months, we have made progress in our mandate. And while progress has been made, we know that this work is just beginning, and we transition our focus. As we transition our focus, we need to be mindful of the serious issues that continue to affect us all. Mr. Speaker, including climate change, truth and reconciliation, encouraging gender equality and diversity, economic recovery, the long-term viability of our rural communities, ensuring our seniors thrive, and of course, setting up our children for success in the future. As we begin to put the critical phases of this pandemic behind us, we must renew our focus on these issues again. We are moving into a new time. It's up to all of us to make sure it's sustainable, fair, supportive, empathetic, and inclusive for all Islanders. A capital budget is about building things that last, that stand the test of time. It is about making investments in tomorrow, next year, and 5 years down the road. Mr. Speaker, this capital budget outlines planned spending of $212.1 million for the 2022-23 fiscal year. Over the 5-year life of the 5-year plan, we expect record capital spending of $840.4 million in areas including education, housing, healthcare, and sustainable communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask your indulgence as I share the highlights of the 2022-23 capital budget and our updated 5-year plan. Net zero energy means that we are reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and working to offset the emissions that are still being produced. It is returning to a level of environmental sustainability we haven't seen in more than a century. This is no small task. It requires effort from each of us in this province, in this assembly, and across all areas of our government. We are starting with our children. Our children need us to ease the burden of climate change on our future and on their future. Beginning with this capital budget, all new school buses will be electric. This is the first time the capital budget has committed to purchasing only electric school buses, with an investment of $7.9 million in the first year and $40.3 million over the 5-year plan. Mr. Speaker, this record investment will see us have 50% of our school bus fleet electric by 2027. Our government is committed to ensuring all new infrastructure is built net zero ready. But at the same time, we recognize that in order to meet our aggressive target of becoming the first net zero province in Canada, we must also look at our existing infrastructure. Families and seniors will benefit from a new $1.7 million fund over 5 years to begin retrofitting and greening existing provincial housing infrastructure. This will include improvements like heat pumps and energy-efficient lighting to make residents more comfortable and reduce the impact on our environment. This government has made record investments in active transportation routes and improvements to our Confederation Trail system. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen Islanders utilize these pieces of infrastructure for recreation purposes like never before. We will continue to make investments into these resources in this capital budget, including an additional $1 million for sustainable transportation infrastructure, bringing our total investment over the 5 years to $6 million. We will also continue to make improvements to the Confederation Trail system by investing $250,000 over the next 5 years to keep improving this valuable asset, to ensure its continued use by Islanders and further develop its appeal as an adventure tourism product into the future. In addition, the Department of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture will be working with the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure to install compostable washrooms and potable water stations on the trail system. We have seen tremendous uptake of Islanders transitioning to electric vehicles since our electric vehicle incentive program was implemented. Already, we have seen almost 300 Islanders purchase electric vehicles in the last 6 months. And PEI currently has 486 EVs on our road compared to just over a year ago when we only had 126. In order to continue to incentivize the transition to electric vehicles, we will be investing $750,000 over the next 5 years to expand vehicle charging infrastructure across the province. A $1 million expansion of the Frank J. Goody Nursery will support the province's effort to plant in excess of 1 million trees per year, an important offset to our greenhouse gas emissions. As mentioned in the speech from the throne last spring, we are also supporting a new buffer zone buyback and restoration project with an investment of $2.5 million over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, while we are all tasked with building a better world for our children's future, we also have responsibility for protecting them today. This includes $7.5 million over the next 2 years in ventilation upgrades that the remaining 10 island schools that currently do not have mechanical ventilation will receive. In addition, $225,000 will be spent this fiscal year to secure portable air filters for those schools until the ventilation upgrades are complete. Mr. Speaker, our French language school enrollment numbers are growing each year. Over the last 2 school years, we have seen enrollment increase by 6.2% and 5.2% respectively. Last year, we committed $4.3 million for the expansion of École Samir. That work is nearing completion. The community of Evangeline has a planning committee in place, and our government has committed almost $18 million over the next 5 years towards the school and community center, both of which are vital to our Acadian and Francophone community. And next, Mr. Speaker, we'll start the planning process to expand École François Biot with $200,000 committed in spending for 26-27. The public schools branch is no different. We have seen consistent increases in enrollment over the past 6 years, and our government is committed to continue to make the necessary improvements in infrastructure to support our provincial school population. The new Sherwood Elementary is set to be completed in 24-25 school year with a total investment of $24.6 million over the next 3 years. The new Stratford High School will be completed in 2026, and this budget includes an increase of $11.3 million for a total investment of $54.3 million. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say and to let this House know that the Stratford High School will be our second net zero school in Prince Edward Island. Major capital upgrades at Montague Consolidated and Elliott River will continue with $8.5 million in 2021-2022, and an additional $9.6 million within this budget to complete the projects, bringing the total investment to $18.2 million. The West Royalty expansion project is set to be completed later this school year. With an increase of $1 million in capital repairs, our government is committed to making necessary improvements throughout the province, with investing $11 million in capital repairs over the next 5 years. When our children have access to high-quality, accessible playground equipment, it provides them with an opportunity to play, learn, and be active together. A new childhood recreation fund will assist schools and communities by upgrading playground equipment to ensure they are safe and accessible for all children and youth. This will be a $500,000 program over 5 years in partnership with the island communities. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest ever investment in education infrastructure, totaling over $174.6 million over 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the idea of sustainable island communities goes beyond environmental sustainability. A sustainable community is one in which its residents stay, thrive, grow, and invest. During the pandemic, everyone realized the importance of having a safe and comfortable place to call home. And Mr. Speaker, as a government, we recognize the importance of housing to the well-being of islanders and the health of our communities. I am pleased to announce this government is investing an additional $35 million over 5 years for more than 100 new social public housing units, with an average of $20 million committed in the next 2 years to expedite supply. Funds will be used to construct multi-unit complexes, as well as acquire new and existing single-dwelling homes and duplexes in communities across the province to add to the public housing inventory. A minimum of 20% of these will be accessible units. The total spend over the 5-year plan is over $60 million. We're continuing to connect island communities by increasing funding for bridge replacements and improvements through the investment of an additional $17.5 million in order to leverage federal funding. Mr. Speaker, we will also increase the provincial paving budget by $6.5 million. The total budget over 5 years has planned for $54 million for bridges and $48.5 million for provincial paving. This road and bridge work will be supported by a $9.5 million investment in renovation and expansion to the Kings County Highway Depot. It should be also noted that in 2022, we will see completion of the Nordic and Alpine improvements at the Mark Arends Provincial Ski Park. This will not only prepare the site for the 2023 Canada Winter Games, but also create a recreation site that can be enjoyed by islanders for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that we will invest $1.4 million over the next 5 years for the planning and design of a new accessible Prince County Courthouse in Summerside. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize that our dedicated public service has been helping citizens navigate this pandemic in a new way, having to change and adapt how they work, similar to the private sector, to continue to provide citizen-centric service to islanders. We are investing in better technology and improved workspaces to support teleworking and the responsible management of important public records. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has reinforced the importance of our health and wellness. Without our health, we have nothing. Access to health care is crucial to sustaining communities. Over the past few weeks, record investments have been announced about training and educating more healthcare professionals right here in Prince Edward Island. The new Faculty of Medicine will train 20 physicians a year starting in 2023. The School of Nursing has already expanded their program to accept 18 new RNs each year going forward. And Holland College has added 32 new seats in the LPN program. We are building the proverbial pipeline for healthcare professionals. Now we must build them the space to provide care for islanders. It was recently announced that construction will start in the spring of 2022 for the West Prince Community Health Center. This center will provide primary care with space for a range of community-based health services to the western region of the province. The total investment for the project will be $8.6 million and is anticipated to be completed in 2023. A new 37,500 square foot community health center in Queens County will create space for a medical home, providing primary care for over 10,000 patients. This medical home will be staffed by 5 physicians, 3 nurse practitioners, and other clinical support staff. This center will also have a clinical space for mental health and addictions, community services, and other public health care services. The total investment for the new medical home in Queens County will be $21 million over the next 3 years. We will also be investing $4 million for leasehold improvements to make necessary changes so that existing locations can be utilized to implement the medical home vision in Queens County. These investments are in addition to the new medical home that will be located on the UPEI campus in conjunction with the Faculty of Medicine. These spaces combined will offer primary care to over 20,000 patients in the region. In Kings County, planning will start this year for a new Kings County Memorial Hospital. We will be having open and honest discussions with the residents of Kings County about what the future healthcare needs are within their region. The new hospital will expand the current offerings of service to align with the needs of the community. The new hospital will house primary care, mental health, emergency and inpatient services, to name just a few. Planning will start immediately with construction beginning in 2025. Continued improvements to the existing building include installation of a new sprinkler system, kitchen renovations and repairs, and front entry upgrades to improve patient experience and address primary concerns. In Summerside, we are increasing our investment by $13.6 million to replace the Harborside Clinic with a new government-owned facility that will contain a medical home. In addition, this new building will provide space for community mental health and addiction services, the Provincial Geriatrics Program, public health, and expanding dental services. It is important to remember that our mental health is equally as important as our physical health. Work is well underway at the mental health campus with the new Lacey House for women's addiction care and a structured housing facility, including day programming, set to be completed by the end of the fiscal year. The design of the main acute care hospital and life skills center will be completed next year. Construction on the new mental health and addictions emergency department and short stay unit at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is planned to begin in the fall of 2022. Mr. Speaker, these facilities are so much more than just bricks and mortar. This campus is going to revolutionize mental health and addiction services in this province. Our government continues to invest in this project to ensure it's done right. Our investment for the mental health campus over the next 5 years is $149.4 million. The ability to quickly and easily access information is key to providing high-quality health care, especially in a new collaborative care model that our province is implementing. Electronic medical record systems provide healthcare staff with instant access to patient information needed to provide care. The EMR software is being implemented across the province. Currently, 25 service providers have already begun using the system, and feedback from both patients and providers has been positive. We anticipate by the end of March 2022, the solution will be in use across most medical practices on PEI. But we must continue to evolve and plan for the future. We are investing $2.7 million in 2022-23 to expand electronic records for community mental health and addiction services. In addition, there will be an investment in information technology that will support patient care and treatment of women during labor and delivery. Across the province, there will be $26.8 million invested in equipment through the QEH and the PCH foundations over 5 years. An additional $1 million will be available for health capital repairs to our island facilities, bringing the total budget for capital repairs for our health facilities to $16 million over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, all these investments in healthcare total over $292 million over 5 years. This is another record investment by this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying, loud and clear, that through these investments, we are committed to bold action in building a better and more sustainable future for Islanders. We have aligned our priorities with those of Islanders: families, communities, public service, the well-being of our neighbours, and the protection of the environment that sustains us. Last year in this address, we said that we would hit the ground running, and I believe we have. Over the last 12 months, our government has worked to complete the West Royalty Classroom Edition, commit to healthier and more sustainable communities through increased active transportation trails, enhancements to the East Royalty portion of the Charlottetown Perimeter Highway, and the implementation of a new provincial EMR for primary care. As we move to the next steps of our collective journey, we know that we can only succeed by leaning on each other. Growth is a team sport. Sustainability requires change in all of us. The pandemic has taught us that we can achieve much when we take our steps together. In this spirit of collaboration, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the contributions of all my colleagues in this Assembly to this budget, including members of the official opposition and the third party. The official opposition made a written submission, including 23 requests, and of those requests, I am proud to say government is addressing 15 of those. The third party made a written submission of 14 requests, and our government is addressing 9 of those requests. Your voice is important, and I thank you for sharing the priorities of your communities. Our friends and neighbours need improved health care, safe and affordable housing, expanded education and recreation opportunities, sustainable communities, and a province where future generations can live comfortably. I look forward to debate on this capital budget with my legislative colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence and time, and that of the House.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and speak to the 2021 capital budget. Mr. Speaker, a budget is probably the single most important tool that a government has to make change. It indicates how the government of the day will divide up the limited resources of our province, and it shows us where that government's priorities lie. The budget has a real impact on the lives of Islanders, but it is also inherently a highly political document, so it's important to take any budget with a grain of salt. With this government's track record of failures and misplaced priorities, Mr. Speaker, it's probably more like a pound of road salt. Since the Conservatives came to power, what we've seen is a government that consistently overpromises and underdelivers. They're all talk and no action, and Islanders are running out of patience. Let's start with health, Mr. Speaker. Improving healthcare was supposed to be one of the top priorities for this government, and it certainly is a top priority for Islanders. Take the promise for the new mental health hospital, which went from shovels in the ground on day one to we're still years away and we can't even keep up with the previous government's plan. Into the third year of its mandate, this government has been utterly incapable of following through on this key promise. Either that, or they made a promise to Islanders that they had no intention of keeping. This government ran on a platform promising to expedite the construction of the new mental health hospital. In my experience, Mr. Speaker, expedite usually means faster, not slower. But today, this capital budget confirms that this government cannot even meet the timeline proposed by the previous Liberal government. A mental health campus is admittedly a big, complex project, which one might expect could run into delays. But this government can't even seem to roll out simple programs properly. Upgrades to the current Hillsborough Hospital ventilation system were in our budget asks. At minimum, I hope we're going to see some air conditioning. Is that too complicated? Expanding dental services in response to a request from the official opposition was approved in the 2020 budget, but the rollout of these services were delayed multiple times, first until spring 2021, then July, then finally in October. The first few patients have begun receiving support. This was a relatively simple program with the full and enthusiastic support of the PEI dental professionals and the public. So I'd hate to see how this government manages a difficult file. We're seeing the same thing with midwifery services. Islanders were promised midwives would be practicing in January 2020, and then it was February 2021. And here we are 2 years from the original start date, and we're still a year out. Mobile mental health units, first to launch in January 21, actual launch October. We are happy, however, to see some signs of life when it comes to medical neighbourhoods, which are just another name for the rural health hubs that we proposed to government in 2019. And that I would remind this House were approved in the capital budget for the first time, Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago. This government is incapable of delivering anything on time, even when they're the ones setting the timelines. They sure do love to make announcements, Mr. Speaker. I'm all for recycling, but my God, how many times do we have to re-announce dental services or mobile mental health units or the health clinic? How far down the road is this government going to kick their promises in this budget? How many times, Mr. Speaker, are we going to have re-announcements on these promises before we begin to actually implement them? If this government is consistent about anything, it's their pattern of overpromising, under-delivering, and repeatedly announcing the same thing over and over when they delay rolling it out. So, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand why we have difficulty believing any promises they make in this budget. But you know what? These failures are not just limited to healthcare. Mr. Speaker, in the past years, we've seen this government fail to spend large portions of its housing budget in the middle of a housing crisis. Last year, they left more than $8 million of new housing build completely unspent from their capital budget, and they are currently overspending on roadworks by $7 million. They managed, in fact, to build 4 new roundabouts in District 9, but the government MLA, who's also a minister, is failing to address the renovations that are happening in her community. There is always money for paving, but not for people, not with this government. Now, in this budget, we have investment for social housing renovations and construction. We absolutely need new investment into social housing. Non-market rentals are a key solution to providing affordable housing to islanders, and it is encouraging to see government growing more comfortable in intervening to address our housing crisis. Heck, it's encouraging to see them actually accept that there is a housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. But we also need this government to seriously address the issue of affordable housing being pulled off the market through short-term rentals and speculative activity. The impact of government's investments in social housing are seriously reduced and undermined when government isn't actively ensuring our housing market is working for everyday islanders. While I'm happy to see $24 million in this budget for social housing, I am disappointed that this investment is worth only half of what this government intends to spend on highways. It's an unmistakable pattern, Mr. Speaker. It speaks to a Conservative government that does not care about housing in our province, a government that's content to leave islanders at the mercy of the free market, and one that cannot shake its addiction to those sweet, sweet 50-cent federal dollars. And let's not forget, this government couldn't even get its act together enough to bother to apply for the millions of dollars of federal housing grants that were on offer in the middle of a housing crisis. Where are their real priorities? Similar to the housing file, this government has left millions of dollars of federal COVID funds unspent. These could have been used to, for example, provide proper ventilation and drinking water for every island school. They only changed their tune on drinking water when we asked questions about it in the House, and they're only now committing to put proper ventilation systems into those 10 island schools that don't have any, and that's going to take 2 more years. What happened to those federal funds you received in March that were specifically designed to make schools safer? Maybe they magically turned into paving dollars, Mr. Speaker. Talking about schools, this government continues to make promises and delay action on the construction of new schools to alleviate the real overcrowding in Charlottetown and Stratford. The Sherwood School is announced again. As it has been announced every year since 2017, during my by-election, you may recall, Mr. Speaker, but we've yet to see shovels in the ground there either, so you'll forgive me for being sceptical on commitment number 5. At this point, the community is prepared to provide their own shovels if it just means that finally something, anything, will get going at Sherwood School other than the sign that announces it is going to. And you don't get to announce a second net zero school in Stratford when you haven't started on the first one in Sherwood. It is critical that we invest in our children, and here on the official opposition side of the House, we know that access to affordable childcare is not only a social issue, but an essential part of a strong provincial economy. With so many island institutions and businesses facing critical labour shortages, we need childcare so that new parents can return to the labour force as soon as they want to and are able to. This is especially the case in healthcare, where the workforce is still heavily dominated by women. This is why we requested that the government invest in the creation of new childcare facilities, in particular in or near health facilities. But it doesn't look like that's actually a priority for this government. As if we needed more examples of this government over-promising and under-delivering, we have maybe the biggest promise this government has made on climate change. We were told over a year ago the government would release a plan to reach net zero by 2040 and net zero in energy by 2030. There have been a couple of programs announced that will likely help, rural transit and EV incentives, but other than that, it's been crickets on how they plan to actually achieve these hugely transformative changes. Our caucus identified helping to make our communities more sustainable as a key priority for this budget. We asked for investments in demonstration projects for agrivoltaics and for renovating existing homes to net zero. With so many island homes still using oil for heating, there's also major spending needed here, Mr. Speaker, and there's nothing in this budget for these. We asked for investments in agri-foods and food inspection facilities, nothing. We asked for funding to support Inclusions East with the construction of their new facility in Brudenell, nothing. And Mr. Speaker, we're not able to say what has been allocated because while the Minister may be comfortable standing up and saying that they're going to meet a number of our commitments that we asked for, Mr. Speaker, we weren't informed. We didn't receive a briefing memo. We have no idea what details from the asks that we made as official opposition have been included. The only ones that we've heard about are in passing, Mr. Speaker, and they've been funded at a fraction of the ask. So you'll forgive me for my, my doubts about where the priorities actually lie. Maybe it's an indication of how little this government works with other parties these days, but there are several of our requests that we simply don't know where the government is funding. Many of these asks would provide an immediate and tangible benefit to islanders. Investments in outdoor recreation equipment, we asked for $1 million. We're hearing $100,000. I don't think that's going to cut it. Expansions in a number of emergency and transitional shelters, a restorative care unit at QEH, an expansion of detox facilities to address the increasing need for mental health and addiction services across the province. The devil is in the details, and I'm looking forward to speaking about these on the floor, but we just don't know what details are there. It's all promises, it's all talk, and no action. How government spends public funds is perhaps the most direct indication of what matters to that government. So we will also be looking to get a clear picture of the priorities and values that guide this government and this Premier. The constant announcements with no follow-through, Mr. Speaker, are hurting islanders. The missed deadlines that I've outlined are not just dates and dollars. These failures directly affect the lives of islanders. Islanders who are struggling with addiction or are watching their loved ones struggle with addiction and have no one to call for help. People who don't know where they're going to live next month because their rent is going up so high they can't afford to stay. Parents who are desperately trying to keep that stress away from their children, knowing they may have to switch schools to find housing or they have to live in their car. Many of our children are spending their days in overcrowded schools with inappropriate ventilation and access to water. This government promises to change that, and maybe by the time some of these students graduate, things will be different. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. People are living in despair because this government hasn't rolled out services that were promised years ago and that are so far overdue. Enough is enough. If this is actually about people, Mr. Speaker, it's time for this government to show it. In 2019, we could excuse some of these failures for this Conservative government because they were new to the job and we gave them space. In 2020, we gave them more space and the benefit of the doubt due to COVID. But now it's the third year on the job, Mr. Speaker, and they have run out of excuses, and Islanders have run out of patience.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Stand up and say thanks. That's all you need to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess we're going to hear a few buzzwords going forward in the coming weeks, and recycling and magical will be a couple of them, I assume. Mr. Speaker, over the coming days, I expect to hear much more from government about the new mental health facility. We are all familiar with the long and winding road this facility has taken. During the 2019 provincial election, the Premier promised shovels in the ground, and he promised that immediately, for the spring of more than 2 years ago. And for anyone hoping for significant progress next year will probably be somewhat disappointed. According to the capital estimates, the House approved about $9.6 million in spending on the mental health facility, and that was for this year. But government didn't spend the approved money. In fact, about $850,000 was left on the table. And this coming year, the spending on mental health facilities is now estimated at lower again, at less than $6.4 million. That's too bad, because we all know the level of pressure that is being experienced by Islanders who have mental health issues. Too often, we are hearing stories of individuals and families being damaged by the mental health crisis. And it seems too often that these worries and concerns are being pushed to the back burner. However, there may be some good news in the 5-year capital plan. Apparently the big spending will take place during 2023 and 2024, which of course is the anticipated year of the next provincial election. So we can all anticipate another speech that promises shovels in the ground and just in time for the province's political calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honourable members. The end of tabling of documents. I never missed anybody tabling the documents, I hope. Reports by committees. The honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty, Third Party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development, and following the receipt of the committee's report on motion number 45, referring Bill 18 to committee on October 22nd, 2021, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow, that the report of the committee be adopted. On May 13, 2021, the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development was referred Bill 18, Gunshot and Stab Wound Reporting Act, for consideration. As noted in the motion, the committee was to report its findings and recommendations to the Legislative Assembly in the fall session of 2021. As a result of its deliberation, your committee is pleased to make the following 3 recommendations to the members of the Legislative Assembly. Number 1, your committee recommends that references to stab wounds be removed from Bill number 18, Gunshot and Stab Wound Reporting Act. Number 2, your committee recommends that explicit purpose for use of provisions be included in Bill 18, number 18, Gunshot and Stab Wounds Reporting Act, that outlines the intent of the legislation as being for public health and safety purposes. Number 3, your committee recommends that Bill number 18, Gunshot and Stab Wound Reporting Act, legislate for collection of reported data in order to inform public health and interventions at a population level. And I'll just add, there's some more written information there in the report. So if any members would want to have a look at it, and I just want to thank the committee members and the clerk for their diligent work on this.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the report? Shuttle of report, carry. Introduction of government bills, government motions. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled the Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 37, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would implement changes to the income taxes announced the income tax as announced in 2021-22 budget, effective January 1st, 2022. These changes would increase the basic personal tax amount exemption level by $750 to the new threshold of $11,250. The spouse and equivalent to spouse amounts will be raised proportionately. Will increase the low income tax reduction threshold by $1,000 to $20,000, and reduce the small business tax rate by 1% to an overall rate of 1%, the lowest rate in the Atlantic provinces. An adjustment to the dividend tax credit will maintain integration between personal and corporate systems.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the said be now received and read a first time.
Should it carry?
Bill number 38, an act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act, read a first time.
Honourable Minister, overview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Community Economic Development Business Program lapsed at the end of February 2021. This bill will reopen the program to new investment with updated eligibility criteria, effective with an estimated proclamation date early in January 2022. The sunset date of February 28, 2027 will allow time for a program review.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled the Health Professions Amendment Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that same be now received and read a first time.
Should it carry?
Bill number 39, Health Professions Amendment Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
This bill, which is administrative in nature, will make minor amendments to both the Registered Health Professions Act and the Regulated Health Professions Act. The amendment to these acts are as follows. First, students may be supervised in performing a reserved activity by any person who is authorized to perform the reserved activity, not just a registrant of the student's health profession. Secondly, the regulations may provide for exceptions to the prohibition against a corporation other than a health profession corporation carrying on the business of providing the professional services of a registrant. In addition, the Regulated Health Professions Act is further amended to require that where the respondent to a complaint is a member of a multidisciplinary college, a hearing committee appointed to hear the complaint shall include a member of the respondent's regulated health profession. These amendments are supported by the regulatory colleges.
Any more bills? No? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the fourth order of the day be now read.
Should it carry?
Order number 4, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2, bill number 22, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the said bill be read a second time.
Should it carry?
Bill number 22, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Should it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the Employment Standards Act No. 2. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? I'm going to start. Can you just move your microphone around towards you? And that's fine. Thank you very much. Would you please introduce yourself with your name and position for Hansard?
Patricia McPhail, Director of Labour and Industrial Relations.
Thank you very much and welcome. Honourable members, is it now the pleasure of the committee that the bill be read section by section, clause by clause, section by section, or open it up as a whole? Okay, so it is now open for questions. Are there any questions? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank the Premier for bringing the bill forward and for the invitation to second the bill as we did on day one, and even though there was some confusion about whether that was permissible or not. I really appreciate that. I guess the question I had, of course, I'm fully supportive of this, and I was delighted that Prince Edward Island was one of, unfortunately, not every province came forward to recognise the first National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in the substantive way that we did here, and clearly with this legislation will continue to do so in the future. So I firstly want to thank you, Premier, for being the driving force behind that. When we had Chief Darlene Bernard in here and our mutual friends from Ulnaway, a number of questions were asked about what needs to be done in order for truth and reconciliation to be more than just a day. And I'm not suggesting this is just a small token gesture. It's not. This is something significant. But when asked in committee what needs to be done, education was the thing that always came forward as at the beginning of their answers. We need to educate Islanders. We need to start the school system. So I'm wondering what things government plans to do to back up this really important recognition of National Day for Truth and Reconciliation with a solid educational program for Islanders, and particularly in the schools.
Well, I thank the leader for his preamble and his support, and you know, truthfully, I believe it's Senator Brian Francis who's the driving force behind this. I mean, it was easy for me and you to get behind the senator in recognizing, and you know, when I talked to the senator about how to enact this, you know, day, and for it to be to the full extent of what it needs to be, we talked a lot about, and to his credit, he said, you know, the federal government has proclaimed this day. I think we should use that day to be focused, and I don't want this day to become, why is somebody getting a holiday and why am I not getting a holiday? What he would rather, and I think we would all rather, would be to have that discussion about what this day symbolizes. This isn't a day to sit home and watch Netflix or to get another day off. It's actually to learn about, you know, the importance of our Indigenous people across the country and in this province, and the fact that, you know, as one of the founding locations for Confederation and what we've built, how we could sort of build upon that here with this relationship. So I think you're exactly right. I think we need to incorporate more learning into our school system when it comes to truth and reconciliation, all about our treaties. All of that are some of the projects that we're working on now. My goal here would be to establish this day and then to take the time that we will have before September 30th again to build on a plan of how we begin to share and learn from this. But so essentially, I think I agree with you that we need to take this day not as just a holiday that we all enjoy, and we could all use another day. I understand that, but this day has to be something a little bit more than that. And I think we saw the seeds of that on that day in front of the public administration buildings in Charlottetown that day. I think there was a very special vibe from that I think we need to build upon and share throughout communities. So I guess a long-winded way to say, I would like to work with all communities to make sure there's an opportunity here to provide learning and knowledge and conversation around this day. I'd like to work with All the Way and some of our other First Nations partners and the Native Council to find out how we could utilize their experiences, but their platforms and materials that they have to share this as well. So I think it needs to be a collaborative effort, and that's what I'd want to work toward.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that answer, Premier. And I was actually not at the ceremony you just referred to because I was in Rustico at a blanket ceremony there at the French school.
Yeah.
And for me, that was, I mean, I consider myself to be fairly well informed on these issues, and I've tried and I continue to try to increase my understanding and my knowledge of the history of Indigenous people here in PEI and across the country. But I have to say I found that ceremony extraordinarily moving, as well as educational. And I would encourage all the caucuses to embark on, to invite in, it was Julie Pelletier-Lush who was part of that, and a number of other Indigenous leaders. And it just very graphically, and in a very searing way actually, demonstrates what has happened to Indigenous peoples across our country since the settler peoples arrived. So that's one example of where I think that education can, more than just it's more than just reading in books about the history of this, actually experientially taking part in something like that, I found extremely moving. So I would encourage, again, members of the legislature here, and I think it would be a wonderful thing to include in schools, as you say, in the lead up to next September 30th. I don't know how many groups of people are able to provide that blanket ceremony, but I would really encourage all schools, and I know that they did pioneering work in Rustico on this, and the staff was there and they were extraordinarily supportive, and a number of children were there too, fairly young children, and the ceremony goes on for, oh my gosh, it was an hour and a half, I would say, from start to finish. And the attention, the rapt attention of the kids to what was going on was extraordinary. And I thought to myself then, people of my generation who have to learn so much and unlearn so much about our attitudes,
Exactly, yeah.
that's not going to be an issue for this next generation. They are growing up with a much deeper and fuller and more accurate understanding of what it means to be Indigenous in Canada. So again, I appreciate the Premier's. I don't have a question, Chair, but I just appreciate the answer, and I hope that we do have a really robust educational drive before next September 30th.
Yeah, no, I do, and I appreciate that. I mean, one of the difficulties I had in addressing that crowd, and I tried to articulate it in my comments, was that the recognition that I am a white male who was at the lead of this, and the broken trust that has, we have encompassed from that time, particularly of the residential school system. And it's not lost on me the irony of me asking these individuals to put trust in me to make this better. But I really do hope that this is a significant, and not just something that we do to say we check a box to say that we implement this day, but we actually utilize it to be something. And if you look through all of the list of holidays, it's probably our first, other than Canada but it's really our first non-Christian holiday as well. And I think that's also important that we, as we reflect this new and more diverse society that we live in general, that we take into account that this. So I hope, and my response that I've been getting from across the provinces, nobody has essentially said we shouldn't have a holiday. People are really talking about what this day is and what it can be and how meaningful it is. And I think, along with some of the comments you made, that is some of the levers as well that we need to jump upon to make sure we capitalize on it. So, yeah.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Premier, for bringing this forward, and thank you for letting me be part of it as well. And we go back to as little as 10 or so years ago when veterans went back into the schools to remind our students of, the perils of the Second World War. So, it's so nice to hear that this is going to be into the schools, and it's going to be a day, not just a day off, it's going to be a day to do things and remind people and educate people. So, I know the Acadian and Indigenous community has had great relationships over the years. Well, to go back to the 1700s, and this is wonderful news, and I thank you, Premier, for bringing this forward.
And I'd add to that. I talked with Senator Francis in the lead up to this. He did reference that Remembrance Day might be the closest day in terms of what we can utilize in terms of building that understanding and experience. So when I was a kid, and they probably still have it, where they have poster competitions or they have competitions where you would write poems about what military service was and what what we remember. And I think there's a component of that we can probably build upon in terms of how we go about recognizing the National Truth and Reconciliation Day, and not only focusing, and not to put words in his mouth, but essentially not just to focus on the past, which is critical, but how we learn from the past to develop a better future. So, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is right. I mean, I have young kids, and what they know and what they love and the social conscience that they have is just, it really is, it's incredible, and it gives us hope for better days.
Okay, any other questions? I just have one question, Premier, and I get what this, what this day is, the purpose of the day, the education component of it and all that, but part of my role as a critic, and with the department that the portfolio I have, I just have to ask this question on behalf of Islanders. Did you do any consultation with the business sector?
Well, we have reached out to chambers of commerce, et cetera, and it's certainly not lost upon me or our government that there will be an added cost to business for sure. So a business will either have to close their doors on this day or they'll have to pay staff more. I've asked the Minister of Economic Growth and Tourism to try to come up with some ways to be creative to assist those who might feel like they're being impacted. But we did see throughout on that day, there were many, many businesses who just closed because they wanted to recognize this day, and they know this day and the significance of it. So, look, I think you always need to be mindful of anybody who might be indirectly or directly impacted by your decisions, but the general response from the business community has been, we understand why you're doing this.
Very well, thank you. Any other questions? Shall this bill carry?
Carry. Stand up and say that now? Okay. I move the title.
An act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 2. Shall it carry? Carry.
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor in the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry? Carry.
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry? Carry. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the bill to be intituled an act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 2, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the 15th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Order 15, an act to repeal the Dental Profession Act, Bill number 33, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the said bill be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Bill 33, an act to repeal the Dental Profession Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that this House do now resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member of Tignish, Palmer, Deputy Speaker to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
This House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the bill to be entitled an act to repeal the Dental Profession Act. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Granted.
Shall I carry?
Not sure, I thought I heard nay.
Good afternoon and welcome. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Nicola Hewitt, Solicitor and Legislative Specialist with the Department of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much and welcome. Minister, would you like to begin by giving a brief description of the bill's intent?
Certainly, thank you, Chair. And the Dental Profession Act, as I understand, it was an act that was brought in, it was way back in 1988, thereabouts.
It's 42 years old.
Yes.
I think.
So what this bill will do, it will repeal the Dental Profession Act, and it will allow the regulation of dentists, dental hygienists to transition to the Regulated Health Professions Act.
Okay, honourable members, now the pleasure of the committee that the bill be read. Or just open up for general questions. Okay, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you bringing it, Minister. Nice to see you, Nicola.
Thank you.
Of course, of special interest to me because of my prior life. And you mentioned, Minister, that this also governs dental hygienists. I'm just checking that when you reached out to the dental community, that the dental hygienists were also part of that consultation process.
The dental hygienist precipitated the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
And how about the denturists here on the island?
The Act does not cover them at this point in time. That's not to say at some, I'm just picking through them as they come along. That's not to say at some point in the future that they won't be coming under. It's a different Act, of course.
Leader of the Opposition.
So which Act do the denturists
I think
appear
it's
under?
called the Denturist Act.
Oh, they have their own Act?
I think there's a standalone Act, yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks. May I ask a couple of questions about the dental program? I realize that's not what this bill is about. If not, Chair, that's fine.
Would you consider that, or we can move on?
I know nothing about the dental program.
Okay.
That's a health PEI and the Dental Association.
Sure. So I guess we can just leave the questions pertaining to this particular bill. Leader of the Opposition?
That's fine. So materially, will anything change in terms of the way that dentists are governed here on the island, or self-govern themselves, I should say more accurately, as a result of this change?
So it will certainly change for the hygienists, of course. Under regulated health, when you self-regulate, there's a minimum council size of 6, 4 from the profession and 2 public reps. So from the dentist perspective, they're going to have their own college with their own council, and the dental hygienists will have their own college and their own council.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. In many other provinces, dental hygienists are able to work independently. Will this change allow dental hygienists to work independently?
I suspect to a certain extent, yes. I do know, like, for example, in BC, Mom and Dad, across from Mom and Dad's house was a dental hygienist's office, right? I haven't got far enough into the file yet and done the appropriate consultations, but I would expect that there will be certain things that they can offer in a standalone facility, just like other provinces, because their scope is going to be very similar, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
That's interesting, and of course I'm now so many years removed that, but I do remember, even when I was actively working as a dentist, a lot of discussions about allowing hygienists to work independently and not under the auspices of a dentist. So I'm pleased to hear that. I work with many wonderful dental hygienists who are absolutely 100% capable of running their own office and business. And again, I'm not sure if that's the extent to which this goes, but I'm glad to hear this. And
I would expect it will be facilitated. Whether you'll actually see it in practice or not would be up to the individual practitioners, right? Because I can imagine the cost of overhead would be quite significant for some of them.
Leader of the Opposition.
You mentioned, Nicola, that this was precipitated by the dental hygienists. Do you know what particular aspect of the status quo it was that they were hoping to change?
They wanted to be, dental hygienists made an application to the minister under the RHPA for self-regulation. They wanted dental hygienists regulating dental hygienists because, of course, right now they're regulated by dentists. And they identified that as being a real barrier to them. Yeah. And I think, and to be fair, it was out of sync with a lot of the other jurisdictions. Yeah. So.
Leader of the Opposition.
And do you floss every day, Nicola?
I absolutely do. Oh, yes.
That's my final question.
Any further questions? Shall it carry?
Carry.
You don't get a toothbrush on the way out, do you?
I move the title.
An act to repeal the Dental Professions Act. Shall it carry?
Carry. I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Carry. Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having on consideration the bill to be intituled an act to repeal the Dental Profession Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move the report of the committee be adopted. Carry. Sorry.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second by the Minister of Social Development and Housing that the 18th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order number 18, Loan Act 2021, Bill number 32, in committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing that the said bill be read a second time. Seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing that this House do now resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration said bill.
Shall carry.
Carry.
The Honourable Member from Tignish, Pomeroy, Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, please.
Ready? The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the bill to be intituled Loans Act 2021. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Granted. Good afternoon and welcome. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Gordon McFadgen, Assistant Secretary to Treasury Board.
Thank you very much and welcome. Minister, would you like to begin by giving a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Thank you, Chair. I did do that previously.
I'm sorry, that's correct. This bill is in progress, so the floor is now open for questions. Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Hi, Gord. Can you just, so the last loan act for last year, it was cleared for, I think, $250 million. How much of that capacity was used?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And that same question was brought the last time we were here, and I had a little bit of a miscalculation. So for the record, there's $100 million against the $250 million that was provided in Loan Act 2020. So we did, in July of this year, placed $100 million at a 10-year debenture for 1.87% interest.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you for that. And so is it your estimation that you're going for the 200 million because that one was oversubscribed, or the 250 was obviously too much? So I guess how was the calculation for the 200 million done?
The calculation for the 200 million would be based on our sort of borrowing plan for the year. The borrowing plan includes both short-term placements and long-term placements. The budget document tabled in the spring would have identified potential long-term financing requirements of up to $200 million. With the $100 million off the previous $250 million act, that would leave us only with 150 available, so we wouldn't have enough to fulfill the borrowing plan if required. Thereby, we kind of brought a new act forward this year for the 200 million.
Mermaid Stratford.
Great, thank you. And so how does this borrowing, and you might have already been asked this, Gord, and if you do, then I'm just repeating questions, and I apologize for that. So how does this retire debt, or does this create, is it net new debt? How is that classified?
For sure. Under the Loan Act, it gives the province authority to go to the markets for new borrowing for a period of time in excess of 12 months. So any period of time in excess of 12 months, this Loan Act would give us that authority. We don't really, under this particular act, we don't retire debt with it. Debt gets retired based on the maturity schedule of a particular debenture.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you. And then, do you expect interest rates will increase in the coming years?
I'm really not well positioned to give a prediction on long-term interest rates.
Okay.
I know we have staff in our office that do monitor the trends for interest rates, and we would be advising the Minister of Finance when we think it's appropriate timing to place a long-term debenture. I think the term is when markets are favorable.
Yeah.
So we're monitoring them, but I can't predict what it's going to do.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And so how much of the debt is locked in now into low interest rates? Do you have that offhand? It might not be.
Go ahead, Gord.
Oh, sure. There's a schedule that's in the public accounts that lists all our long-term debentures. I think all the ones that are coming due, I think the next one's not coming due for a number of years now, but we have replaced one last year with a low interest rate debenture, so it's safe to say we are bringing down the overall borrowing cost for the province as we're retiring and reissuing debt.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And you just brought up the blue books. Are they, I guess, projected to be out on time? They'd be due October 31st. Are they tracking that date?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Mermaid Stratford.
And are there any plans to refinance existing debt in the coming year? So is this going to be something that we're going to see happen while the interest rates are low?
We don't have any plans to kind of call a scheduled debenture. So we're following the maturity schedule of the debentures as they are scheduled to become due. We would have none scheduled for the current fiscal year. So any of the borrowing that we would be doing during this period would be related to our capital program and any deficits that the province may run over in the operating fund.
Mermaid Stratford.
I'm good. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Any further questions?
Chair.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks. Gordon, can you give us an update on where our GDP to debt ratio is at the moment?
right at the moment. For sure, that information will be coming in the public accounts for the past fiscal year for March 31st, 2021. I know when we had brought the budget in the spring of the year, we would have had a 3-year projection of where we thought that would be, and we were tracking in the mid-30s at that point. GDP has rebounded quite a bit for us, so we really didn't get kind of as low as we thought. So to say we're in the low 30s now, I think would be a fair statement. So not in pretty good shape, actually.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, so just to follow on from that, I mean, that sounds like it's fairly consistent with where we've been in the last few years, decade or so. So you're saying that, I realize it's an ongoing calculation that you have to keep remaking, but you figure we're in approximately the same place as we were prior to the pandemic?
We aren't quite as good as the start of the pandemic, for sure. The information for, again, March 31st, 2021 will be out this week that will kind of provide that snapshot of where we were then. Based on the current GDP, based on the kind of capital program that was kind of delivered today, we're in a reasonable space, kind of at the same level, not quite as good as we were kind of at prior to the pandemic, though, but better than we had projected this time last year.
Leader of the Opposition.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we were going to get a fiscal update or a financial update for the first 2 quarters of the year. Where are we with that?
It will be shortly. We have the capital budget, we have the blue books, and we do have the fiscal update, and it will be coming shortly, for sure.
Leader of the Opposition.
And again, if memory serves me right, we have legislation that mandates it be done by a certain date in the year, or is it a motion that was, okay, all right, that's fair enough. And I doubt you will answer this, Minister, but I know in New Brunswick there was a fairly large surplus that came in. Of course, most of it due to federal money that flowed to the province during COVID. Any chance that we're going to end up in that same situation?
I think maybe the honourable member should stay tuned. I mean, we know things have gone very well here in PEI. We didn't have the closures that other provinces had. Islanders stepped up and bought local, you know, and supported their local stores and communities, and so I would say stay tuned.
Okay. Leader of the Opposition.
I'm fine, thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Shall the bill carry?
I move the title.
Loan Act 2021. Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor in the province of Prince Edward Island as, the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
COVID check. COVID check.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the whole House, having under consideration the bill to be entitled Loan Act 2021, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed the same without amendment. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed to the second reading of Bill number 38. The bill was introduced and read a first time today.
Honorable members, does she have unanimous consent?
Yes.
Honorable Minister, you have unanimous consent.
Bill number 38, an act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act, read a second time.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second by the Minister of Social Development and Housing that this House can now resolve itself in the committee of the whole House to take into consideration said legislation.
Sure carry. The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act. The request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Honourable members, has everyone received a copy of this bill? Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Nigel Burns, Director.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and welcome. Minister, would you like to commence with a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier today, that this is a bill to reopen the Community Economic Development Business Program that lapsed at the end of February 2021. It will update the eligibility criteria effective with an estimated proclamation date of January 2022 with a sunset clause of February 28, 2027. It will allow time for a program review.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure of the committee. The bill will be now read section by section or open it up for whole? Open up as a whole? Thank you. I'd like to start, Minister. I want to first thank yourself, your department, and the Premier for bringing this bill on the floor this fall. It was a question I had asked for this spring. The program had ended in February, and he did state at that time that if there was not a new program in place by the fall, that he would extend the other one for this year. So I do appreciate that, and I was really pleased to see this bill come to the floor. However, I do have a question on Section 4, 2D1. Can you just explain the purpose of that?
So on Section 4, 2D1, so this is a new provision that'll put a lifetime limit on the value of PEI income tax credits that can be generated to an individual under this program.
Okay, thank you. So basically what you're saying is from here on out, or until, does that go here on out, or just until February 28th, 2027?
So starting when the program starts up again in the new year forward, the maximum amount is of tax credits would be $56,000.
Up to February 28, 2027, or? I guess what I'm saying is, this is in effect until 2027, let's say, right? So that amount that they can put in, does that only apply to that period of time, or will that apply to from here on out?
It's contemplated going forward.
Okay.
Beyond that.
Beyond that date?
Yeah.
So basically 7 years or something that they can buy into it from now on out, based on what the numbers are now. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So what about those who have already who have participated in this in the past, is that included in this, or do they start anew when this comes into?
So it's from the going forward.
Going forward, so whenever this is enacted. Okay.
It's not looking backward.
Okay, so it doesn't include past investments?
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister and Stranger, for having provided a really good, in-depth briefing on this that addressed many of our questions throughout the bill. I have very few questions left after that briefing, but just wanted to, for the record, just that I had expressed some concern around the number of employees in the company, like going from 100, which is a kind of small to medium enterprise, to 500 employees. But I appreciated, the discussion around wanting to ensure that this was available to as many different companies as possible within the province that may choose to use it. At that time, you had advised that there had been about a dozen or so companies that have used the program to date. And has there been any further expression of interest beyond that number? Or are you anticipating the same kind of uptake, or is it just sort of wait and see?
It's dependent on uptake from the business community.
So we had spoken, Chair.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
We had spoken on that call about how there isn't sort of really specific promotion by government or supports for companies to use it, but it's part of the kind of portfolio of tools. Would that be through Innovation PEI, that this would be something that would be available to companies, as many of the other business support tools are out there, or is this specifically through, I recognize it's finance legislation, but often the delivery of tools for business owners is done through Innovation PEI. Is that something that is that how you would deliver it, or are you thinking of it being done directly by finance?
From experience, business might come through various doors that offer support. The people that they're talking through those various departments, now principally the Department of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture is the main doorway. But if there's interest, they'll kind of off-ramp them to the Department of Finance, and we'll engage a discussion together with that business.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and obviously there's a close relationship there, particularly with this, some of the more complex or larger files already. I'd also, Chair, just take the opportunity to mention that sort of creative financing solutions do provide more opportunities for businesses to come up, especially as there are more creative business solutions available. And so, it's really great to see this program being renewed, and also sort of hope that we'll see some other future development in the space of equity financing, and the other tools and things that are available out there. And I'll probably be asking some questions to your colleague in Justice and Public Safety about that at another time. He's looking worried. It's okay, not right now. And I'm good with that. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Any further questions? O'Leary and Verness.
Thanks. I've talked to Nigel a few times about this, but for this Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act, can it apply to housing? And will this change allow that housing, like cooperative housing projects, to go forward?
In the case of housing, that most likely would be a business model that does not generate active business income. So business models that generate rents, interest, or royalties wouldn't be eligible.
O'Leary and Verness.
So I guess that's my point, though. I mean, we've got an issue in our province, and it's a housing challenge. And I know in my community, we've been working hard on trying to develop a housing project there to deal more with seniors. From a purely business perspective, we do have landlords that do make profits based on the money that they acquire. So to me, that there's a basic business practice to that, as in delivery of community care services. It's a business concept, and if people decide that they want to invest into that business concept, they're certainly entitled to dividends, whether you're a cooperative or not. So to me, this is your solution, or a big help towards dealing with a lot of your housing projects. So why do we not? Is that a government policy, or is that a legislative restriction that's allowing or permitting or not allowing housing projects to be considered an equity investment.
So for housing, and this program, born out of a rural action plan from 2009, 2010, focused on encouraging small business to either start or to see some measure of first expansion. The development of residential housing generally is not viewed as having like a funding problem. You can raise a lot of money to finance like a property development, whereas it might not have the same access to generate to start and expand in a small
Larry and
business.
Vanessa?
Well, I would beg to differ on that in the respect that, if you look at a case, if I look at what was happening in O'Leary, I mean, they struggled with trying to get the financing for the financial institutions, and they needed to get a certain sense of equity stake in it. This is a way for them to get equity into their investment and allow people the opportunity for a tax credit to reward people to do the investments in good community things. It's really what happened at Royal Star Foods, where the fishermen invested into holding capacity, which has allowed them to profit more as a cooperative and be more operational. It would seem to me that the impediments that you're putting in place seem to be more policy driven, that I don't see why it couldn't be a big solution to your housing issue. And I know in O'Leary's case, it would have been. I mean, they're going to raise money on that probably anyway and develop it up, but it would have made it a much more lucrative opportunity for those investors, those community people, and would have solved the problem far quicker in my riding than what has currently happened. We still are hoping to break ground by spring, but we could have probably broken ground by fall or last spring if we had had this type of program and having housing or community care facilities or whatever we decide to determine is eligible to be available for this. So I'm looking for a better answer than what you're giving me, I guess, to why it's not. It sounds like it's purely a policy-driven reason by government.
I can just say that we can bring it back to the department to see if there's a way of incorporating that. I mean, Nigel would know a lot more than I do about how to make this work, so, but.
Larry and Vanessa?
Well, I appreciate that, Minister, because like I said, I think it's the reality of housing issues is that in smaller areas especially, it's hard to get sometimes the investments. It's hard to get and like I say, usually lenders are going to require a certain amount of equity stake in an investment. And if a community can get together and form, whether it's a cooperative or an organization of some capacity, and they can borrow money but also tap into incentives to community members who might want to invest in this and gain a benefit back by having this available in their community. To me, it's a win-win for government. So I encourage you to do it, and I appreciate I know you're genuine in saying that you'll have a good look at it. But I have to say, either under my government, I've heard that same story. So try to really put a concerted effort into ways that we can make this happen versus ways that we cannot.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Further questions? Shall I carry?
Thank you.
Me? This was more fun. Yeah, this was more of what I've been waiting for.
I move the title.
An act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act. Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry? Carry.
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendments.
Shall it carry? Carry. Really, James? we ahead without that up there, or? Okay. You don't have gloves on?
It's quiet. So quiet.
Great budget.
Yeah, that's why people are so excited.
Got her started.
Great budget.
That's all you had to say.
That's all I had to say.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the bill to be entitled an Act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act, I beg leave to report the committee has gone through the said bill, has agreed to same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall carry. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed to the second reading of Bill number 37. The bill was introduced and read the first time today.
Honourable members, does she have unanimous consent? No.
Oh, yes.
Honourable Minister, you do not have unanimous consent. Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed to the second reading of Bill number 39. The bill was introduced previously.
Honourable members, does she have unanimous consent?
Yes.
Honourable Minister, you do not have unanimous consent. Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the 35th motion of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Motion 35, the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Communities moves, seconded by the Honourable Minister for Economic Growth and Development, the following motion. Whereas the sustainability and vitality of rural Prince Edward Island and our people are a priority as we deal with ongoing impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas all legislators must work together to strengthen the resilience of our rural communities as we seek to recover from these impacts, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House acknowledge the important role which local communities and regions play in our rich tapestry of our wonderful island province, and therefore be it further resolved that this Assembly salute the collaborative response undertaken by all segments of our society as we endeavour to build back better.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities to start debate.
I'm just going to, I'm not even going to get warmed up. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today and speak about our rural communities across Prince Edward Island, because they are definitely a great economic driver for the province, and they mean so much for our islanders. Mr. Speaker, when I first came to PEI back in 1990, I remember the town of Borden Carleton. It was the main economic driver, of course, was Marine Atlantic. And as you drove off the boat, there was a Provincial liquor store on the right-hand side, which also housed the tourism information. And as you drove up the street, if you went up Main Street, there was a credit union, Consolidated, and there was a Lions Club building beside the arena. And if you switched over to Borden Avenue, the first business you had, of course, was the post office. And then you had Alan Vincent's Irving Garage on the right. And across the street from that was the pharmacy and Dr. Kuzak's office. And as you transitioned out of town then, you come across Sharetti's Grocery, and then there was Ivan Norrick's Petrocan, and as you continued out the road, you had Dougie Howitt's Shell, and then you went out into the rural PEI. I saw that community change drastically when the fixed link the ferry system came to a close, and we transitioned over into the Confederation Bridge. And what I saw was new hope in the municipality. We had Gateway Village start up, and in Gateway Village, I remember Jeanette Arsenal had the PEI figurines, and Gabe Keogh and a bunch of others got together, and they started the Emporium with several other businessmen in the area. And we had a new liquor store, which had an amphitheater and a museum. Cows come into the area. We had Subway. And then I myself built the Gateway Esso on the corner. Various other businesses went and come into town too. We had, remember, Chick McNally. He went and come in, and he had a dairy bar and a little fast food place there, which was a great little driver. The credit union continued, and then we had expansion onto Shreddy's Grocery and some of the products that they went and saw. But the point of this is, Mr. Speaker, is that rural PEI in that area, we see a significant change from the ferries to the Confederation Bridge, but we saw growth. And that's what I see across this island. I see growth from tip to tip in small municipalities. And it's too bad that the opposition wouldn't realize and take note of what rural PEI has to offer across this province. And I mean that personally and sincerely. I am a person that I think that talks from the heart. And I've noticed in this House that we tend not to recognize from the opposition, not counting the third party, who definitely do know what rural PEI is all about, but the opposition does not talk about the good things that are going on in rural PEI. And I see that. And we have a lot of things going on in rural PEI, from tip to tip. We have a fishery that's worth $1.2 billion to this province, a major economic driver. And the fishery puts money directly into the pockets of islanders and small businesses from across the whole region. And it's something that I value very much. Mr. Speaker, with that, I will adjourn debate.
Seconder?
And that will be seconded by the Minister of Economic Growth and Tourism.
Shall carry. The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask motion 67 be now read.
Shall carry.
Carried.
Motion 67. The member for Charlottetown Belvedere moves, seconded by the member for Summerside Wilmot, the following motion. Whereas climate change remains one of the greatest threats to the future of Prince Edward Island, and whereas the province of Prince Edward Island has committed to reaching net zero by 2040 and net zero in energy by 2030, and whereas reaching those targets will require bold and decisive government action guided by a comprehensive plan, and whereas this government announced a year ago its intention to develop such a plan but has yet to produce it, and whereas this government has taken some positive measures towards reaching its net zero goals but is still falling far short of the level of action required. Therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to immediately bring forward a comprehensive plan for reaching our net zero targets. And therefore be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to accelerate its action on climate change mitigation and adaptation to ensure we meet our net zero targets.
Calling the honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere to start debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak to this motion. The Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action has been sad that we've not been asking him questions about the environment yet this sitting, so I thought I'd give him the opportunity and ask him a few here. Getting our entire province to net zero by 2040 and net zero in energy by 2030 will require a huge transformation in our society and our economy. We need a plan to get there. Government announced these new aggressive targets of greenhouse gas reductions over a year ago, but the plan hasn't come yet. Where's the plan, Minister? Is this government actually serious about their targets, or is this yet another example of overpromising and under-delivering? Since making those commitments, this government has been floundering, or maybe the better animal analogy is a squirrel skittering every which way with no clear idea where it's going. A couple of programs like rural transit and EV incentives won't cut it. What is government going to do about the tens of thousands of island homes that are still using oil for heat? How will they help the thousands of tenants who live in rental units and the landlords who own them? What is government going to do about emissions in agriculture, our second largest sector of emissions? EV incentives are fine, and the commitment to electrify our school bus fleet is welcome. But what about all the emissions from trucking, tractors, fishing boats, and all the buses outside the fleet? We'll also need transformations in how we plan and develop our communities, both rural and urban, making our communities less car dependent and better places to live. What's the plan to get there? The Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action needs to deliver on the last part of his title. It's time for this government to produce a comprehensive plan to meet our climate change targets so we can have the coordinated and decisive action on climate that our children and grandchildren need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're on our third minister responsible for climate change. Our third minister who stands up in this House and tells us that government is leading on climate action. But I still don't see that leadership, Mr. Speaker. The province has climate targets that are aggressive, and if we achieve them, government could rightly say they are climate leaders. If government was even making decent progress towards them, then fine. But calling ourselves climate leaders does not make us climate leaders. A third of this cabinet has now held this file. You'd think you'd all be pros at this by now, but I don't see that experience influencing the work they do in other files. We're committed to getting to zero by 2040. And government loves to say it. So why is the education minister, who's also a climate minister, allowing new oil furnaces to be installed in schools? Come on. Has the minister responsible for climate change nothing to say on that? I think the climate minister deserves credit for the EV rebates. It's the right decision and should have happened long ago. An EV rebate avoids about 3.5 tons of carbon in a year. So if the minister sees uptake on 100 rebates, you'll avoid 3,500 tons in 10 years. If it's 200 rebates, then 7,000 tons in 10 years, whatever. We can do the math on that. It's tangible. That's measurable. We can reasonably predict what the impact of that action will be. So you need to get rid of 1.6 million tons to reach your 2040 goal. Do you think you're on track? Didn't government announce climate change coordinators for every department? A person who was going to help their departments recognize and manage climate change impacts. That person didn't point out that installing new oil furnaces in government buildings doesn't make sense? Or is the minister just disregarding this advice? Where can we see what advice all of the departments are getting? Will there be a report? I want government to announce something that actually comes up with a measurable impact on the other end. I ask, what is the holdup? The Special Committee on Climate Change tabled 40 recommendations on behalf of all parties that were unanimously adopted. Will government be responding to this report in this sitting? Will we hear what recommendations government will be acting on? If they're taking the actions proposed in the committee, and if they're not, will we hear what they intend to do instead? We're at the end of 2021 with a goal of being energy net zero by 2030. I would have expected to see some major changes, or at least a clear plan shaping up on how we're going to get there. I do not. Remember the promise for a full review on the Energy Act, Minister, to enable us to get it there? Where is that review, Minister? What is the holdup? Are you working with Maritime Electric on this transition? What are they saying? It's been crickets on this file. Can we stop pretending we're doing a great job on this and have an honest conversation about what we're going to do to get this turned around? The finance minister just gave a budget speech that listed electric buses as an investment to get to net zero energy. So it seems that what is meant by net zero energy is not well defined because school buses don't generate energy. I honestly have no idea what is meant by that statement. Switching buses will help towards your net zero emissions by 2040 target, but I'm at a loss at how this is going to get you to the goal of net zero energy by 2030. Another thing we heard was that we'll be planting 1 million trees to fight climate change, and honestly, I find that a stretch as a climate change strategy. How many acres of trees is that going to plant? How many tons of carbon will that sequester? What does that relate to? And how does that relate to the plan to invest in more biomass or the serious deforestation that we're seeing? You've set ambitious targets. You've got an opposition that wants you to be successful in reaching them. Be bold. I attended a virtual book launch for Seth Klein's The Good War, and he outlined 4 things to look for in determining whether government, any government, is doing enough on climate change. The first one, spend what it takes to win. The second, create the institutions that are necessary to get it done. The third, move away from incentive-based policies to mandatory measures if you are serious. And the fourth is tell the truth about the emergency we're facing. I ask the minister responsible for climate change, do you believe we're doing those things? I'd like to hear from the minister on this. What is the holdup? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister from Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to get up and talk about this. It sounds like what the members over there have is a whole bunch of questions that I could answer in question period if they'd ask me questions. And it seems that they're scared to hold me accountable for the very job, and they're using a motion in the middle of the afternoon to waste time until the government members come on to do something useful to pound on me. Well, let me just say, on some of the things that we've done, it's been an embarrassing response from the Green Party over there. Just last week, not only did I find out I live in the hinterland, but that we're not doing enough when we're finally tackling rural transportation, something that's been talked about for years and something that is dearly needed, not just to tackle our climate targets, but to help people who live in rural communities live a quality of life where they can still travel to Charlottetown, live in their own community, stay in their own community, and afford to do so. It's very, very important to the community that I live in that we grow that network so that people can travel around Prince Edward Island. And quite honestly, it was an embarrassing response to date that I've heard from the Green Party on the action we've taken on that. This government has been very ambitious on tackling our energy transition, and quite frankly, when we're switching fuels, I consider that energy transition. So if we're switching somebody from diesel to electric, then that's a transition of energy and its use, and it will help us meet our GHG targets. So I applaud the great work of the Minister of Education and the work that she's doing to switch over the whole bus fleet on Prince Edward Island. That's a massive undertaking by her department. That's a very, very big job, and there's a lot of work that has to happen to make that happen. You know, a committee having a handful of meetings and coming up with recommendations is much different than running a department who has to be responsible to each and every other department, who has partners right across Prince Edward Island that they have to work with. And that's precisely what we're doing on our plan to move to net zero. And a number of initiatives that we've done, a number of initiatives that we've announced to date are the beginnings of that. So while you may not have read the document, I have a copy of it in my case here with me. I mean, I suppose I could give it to you while we wait for experts in the field to review it and give us the feedback that we need to make sure that we are meeting the goals in a responsible way, that we are doing transition in a just way, that we are taking this file and moving it forward in a way that's going to be sustainable through successive governments. We've, as I highlighted earlier today, that the Liberal government canceled the last time this province had a rebate for hybrid vehicles. The Liberal government came along and canceled it. So we have to develop a plan in a way that it's going to be sustainable to get through many governments, and I think that's important that we do that. Some of the things that we're doing in wind development here in Prince Edward Island, some of the partners that we are partnering with now to develop wind is a huge shift from the way that we've done it. And just because we haven't talked about it yet, just because there has been no announcement on it yet, doesn't mean there's not all kinds of work going on behind the scenes. I've heard here day after day how you don't like announcements, so I'm not making any. I'm doing the work each and every day. Every day we come into the department, there's staff in my office, we have exciting conversations about how we're going to continue to move this file forward. I get reports back on where we are, on the week's work, the day's work, the month's work, the year's work, so that we know that we're continuing to advance the file. I am pushing very heavily on our pathway to net zero. And that's the path on how we reduce carbon. But there's so much more work that has to be done on climate change that we're also doing that's very, very important. Let's face it, the damage is done as far as Prince Edward Island goes. The weather is getting more impactful, the water is rising. There's many, many things that we now have to do to help mitigate that. And some of the departments are already working on that work and working on it independently. And now we're working on how we can make sure that that comes forward in a cohesive way, that we can show islands, that we can protect Prince Edward Island, that we can protect our primary industries, and that we can continue to live on this great island for years and years to come. I think that it's really ambitious to think that I can fix everything in 3 years, or that fact that different ministers have sat in the chair somehow has some impact on how we accomplish the work that we're trying to accomplish over there. Each and every day, I hear from innovative islanders who want to work in this space, who want to come home and help us because they're excited about what we're talking about here, the things that we're talking about. So I understand that it makes you guys angry that we talk about climate change. I understand that it makes you guys angry over there that we continue to talk about net zero, but we're attracting people back here who we desperately need to help us tackle this. So there's no shame in talking as a province and saying, this is what we're doing. There's no shame in talking to our partners in Ottawa and saying, we are the only province that even has tackled this. Like, let's face it. There's pushback in other jurisdictions, and I sit on some of those national calls amongst other ministers, and it's not the same. Other jurisdictions aren't responding to the federal government in the same way that we are. I think that's important, and I think the federal government is an important partner in this game. That's also why it's very important to have a plan that's solid, that all the departments have bought into and agree to, that our partners agree to, that the industries in Prince Edward Island agree to. So when we go to Ottawa and we say, this is our plan, we're going to need help, this is a big undertaking, but we're going to be the first ones to get there, that's a good partnership for the federal government. And we'll do all the work. We're a very small jurisdiction to help fund this type of work, to show the path for other jurisdictions how it's done. And that's something that we should be proud of. It's hard to be proud when there's the constant voice in the background that you're not doing it, or you're doing it wrong, or you're not doing enough. I mean, it's pretty tough to fight the voice of unreasonableness that's arisen from the opposition bench over there. You know, it's funny, when we came into this assembly in 2019, I heard how this was going to be different. There's not going to be any chirping anymore. Last week, the Minister of Social Development and Housing was chirped all afternoon by the Green Party. And where'd that go? That's different. It's different now, right? It's different now because you're angry. And it's okay, I guess, that you're angry, but you have to understand that the work that's being done over here, while it may anger you, is still important work, and islands deserve to have this work done by a great government, and it deserves to have proper... Thanks. It deserves to have the proper type of opposition come forward to hold us to account at a level, not the level where you're doing nothing. You all know I am. You're briefed in these files. Like I talk to you. It's not like you don't know the things that you're doing. Not that you don't know where some of these things are, or even have copies of some of the draft reports that we have. I'm not hiding any information from you. We're trying to do this in a way that makes sense. We know it's going to be tough. We know it's going to take big action. But you know what? Some of the things that we're doing, while you may disagree with it, is really drawing people into the mindset that we can do it. As simply as shifting to an electric vehicle reduces your GHGs drastically if you live where I live and you'll work in Charlottetown, so you have to drive into Charlottetown each and every day. You go from whatever you're emitting from your car now to nothing overnight. People are starting to understand that house by house, we are the ones that are impacting the environment. And in order to change, house by house, we will change it. You know, I also find it frustrating to hear over and over again from the Green Party that they more or less want to punish you. They want punitive measures brought forward to punish you into doing it. Islanders are good people. COVID is a great example of Islanders will do the right thing when they're asked. Why don't we ask them first? Why don't we go to Islanders and ask them to make these changes like we're doing? And watch how willing many Islanders will be on it. We don't come from you don't start and say, we're going to punish you. It's absurd. That's not who we are. That's not who my parents are. That's not who my grandparents were. That's not who my great-grandparents were. People who worked together. We're people who lived in small communities here in Prince Edward Island who had to work together. To get through the winters, we had to work together. People not that awful long ago, people in my life today, grew up in isolated times where when the snow came, you didn't go anywhere. You had to survive off what you had. You had to survive off the eggs in your barn or the milk from your own cow or the help of your neighbor. I've said it in this house before. I remember growing up in a community where when the fall came, Saturday after Saturday, we would block the neighbor's wood, the next neighbor, my own, my grandfather's. Weekend after weekend, that's what the people in the community would do. And it was an event, and you went and helped other people so that they could survive the winter in rural Prince Edward Island. The very fact that this is lost in the Green Party is also puzzling. I still live in a community where everybody helps one another. When you need help, people will help you. And you often don't even need to ask. We're asking Islanders to take serious what we're doing. We're asking Islanders through small measures to help change their own household, to help change their own patterns. We're asking them now to start looking at taking the bus to work, and that will gradually increase as the word of mouth will spread around the community. Hey, it dropped me off at the Confederation Center. I was early for work. It was great. I didn't have to park my car. I walked back up there in the evening. I got home. No problem. It costs $2 each way, $4. I can't even get a coffee. I'll get a coffee when I drive into town. I get a coffee when I leave. That's more than $2 every day. I spend more on coffee than our bus cost. Yeah. I try to do it in a sustainable fashion, but you can only do so much. The other thing that boggles my mind is we move forward with our active transportation fund, and I thought it was a great idea. And the Minister of Transportation did miles and miles and miles of it this year. It's quite an impressive display of work that's done out in the communities. And the file that we started internally to help communities do the same thing has really helped communities. And I've heard the Green Party criticize it, that it's too close to the road, that they're smelling exhaust fumes and stuff. And I'm like, how do you shift? Well, how would you expect us to shift? You want us to just bulldoze all the cars off the road so there's and people don't even own a bike yet? This is a transition. This is about how you change the way people view things. There's members in this house who had to do it, who had careers where they helped people be better, maybe through participation or through exercise, but they all have to start somewhere. They don't all come buff in exercise. They come in all different forms, and people work towards it. And for some people, cycling is still a scary thing. Could I get on my bike and come to downtown Charlottetown? And Charlottetown still has some work to do, but they're taking action, and we're trying to help them. Stratford's taken a lot of action. Like you can go tip to tip in Stratford now relatively safely because of the work that they've done. And in recent years, we've partnered with them to help them advance that cause because they see it, and they have sustainable goals that they're trying to meet. The government can't do everything. We have to do it in a way that we are having conversations so that people understand what we're trying to accomplish. I don't know if anybody listened to the radio this summer, but we had Molly. Molly was on the radio station. She was our Net Zero ambassador, and she still is. So she's back at Charlottetown Rural. I think she's in grade 12. Anyway, she's back in school now, but you still hear the ads run, and she voiced a lot of ads into She was one of the best pieces of advertising we could have had. She went across the island, she took the electric car, did radio spots, she talked about what we were doing, she engaged with people all over the place and got great response back. Sometimes people want to see the car, those types of things are important. Not everybody lives in the bubble we live in. So not everybody has this all the time. Lots of people are just trying to figure out what's for supper, or who's going to pick the kids up tonight, or are the clothes clean so that they can get on the bus tomorrow morning, or my dad's sick, or any number of things that people, they're not thinking, how do we change, how do we fix all the negative things that were done to the climate for the past 150 years? They're really not. It's our job to teach them. And I take it very, very seriously, and I do. And, I'd be lying if I said my role as a minister isn't frustrating sometimes. I'd be lying if I said that, that everything moves at the speed that I want it to move. But I have really smart people in my department. I have really smart people in my department, and those are the people who advise me where they are currently, how we're going to get there, who they're meeting with, and I think that's important. And as we started to move forward, more and more people wanted to talk to us about our path to net zero. That's also really good. When smart people want to talk to you about the smart things that you're doing, you listen. And that's precisely what we're doing now. I said back in September, late September, staff came in and said, this plan is ready. We can put it out right now if you want. And I said, well, have we peer reviewed it? Have we taken it to anybody at UPEI? Have we taken it to experts in climate change? Have we found people from different parts of the world who will look at this and confirm what we're saying? Simply. Not that I don't question that they can't, but I want to take it here and not be criticized like I'm being criticized today for not taking it here. So the minute I take it here and nobody's looked at it, I'm going to get, well, who looked at it? Why? And I'm going to be nitpicked on all the things. I'm super aware that my job is sometimes made slower because I have to have it perfect for the political lens of it. And that's on you guys. That's not on me. That's the fact that I know you're going to try to score political points in the things that I do. So I have to take my time and do it in a way that protects the staff that I have who put hard work into it from criticism. Because let's face it, I didn't write it. I didn't do the research. I have people who are working, who are highly educated, who are working on their PhDs, some who have them. People who have their masters in environmental science. Like, that's not me. I'm not the one who's going to write it. So I apologize that you're not getting this on the timetable that you think that you need it on. And, I think sometimes when I'm in here, I think that maybe I had an advantage when I was in opposition. I worked in government. So I knew how the mechanics of government worked on the inside. I get the feeling over there that people think that any minister here could just walk in and say, do this, and everybody just scampers away and does it. Everybody I have has a job. Like, everybody I have is doing something today. Everybody I have has the responsibility to the environment already that they're doing. So my options are find someone else and get them into government to help, or take somebody away from the important things that they're doing. And they may be working in a water course today. They may be delineating a piece of property today to find out if somebody has broke the law and driven a development in across a wetland and didn't tell us. And this stuff happens every day. Where this is what the staff that I have are out doing. So they're a very functional department of very, very smart people who are out there doing the work of government. I just can't walk in and say, everybody stop what you're doing. I need you to do this, it's fun. Then I'd be in here criticized for how did How did the development in Eastern Kings, how did that guy get away with putting a road right through a wetland? Well, he didn't. We caught him. He was in Florida, his winter home when we caught him, waiting for the COVID restrictions to drop, but we caught him. Those are the things that we do every day. So I want to apologize for my staff doing their job. I'll apologize for creating perhaps a perception to you folks in here that I was going to save the world by October. But this is a long, slow process. And many, many players of the world aren't even having a conversation yet. And we are. And we have to be concerned about other people. We have to be concerned about our relationships with the federal government. And you know, quite frankly, now that the cabinet is announced, when I talk to the federal minister, I'm going to say the great things we're doing. I'm going to be proud of it. I'm going to sell our province as the province who's going to get there first, because we are. And I'm also going to say on the international stage that we have to push harder for other countries to come along at a faster pace, including our own. Because there's parts of our own country who aren't doing the work that's required to take us in across this line. Anyways, I guess all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is I don't know how the Green Party lost its green roots, but I'm happy that the PC Party is here, the party who has always stood up for the environment in Prince Edward Island, the party who had the first environment minister ever in Canada, right here in Prince Edward Island. We were the first province to look at wind and develop it on a large scale. We brought in windmills here. We brought in Waste Watch here. This is all progressive Conservative governments who've cared about the environment since back forever. And we will continue. Do you want me to adjourn debate?
Keep going.
Well, do you want me to adjourn debate?
Keep going. To the capital part. Being on the outside or on the inside.
Yeah, well. Is it your time? Yeah. I'll adjourn debate, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Sure, carry. The Honourable Member from Morel-Donagh, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am seeking unanimous consent to proceed with motion 72, encouraging Islanders to get their flu shot.
Honourable members, does he have unanimous consent? Yes. Honourable member, you have unanimous consent.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 72 be now read.
Sure, carry.
Motion number 72, the honourable member from Charlottetown Winslow moves, seconded by the honourable member from Morel-Donagh, the following motion. Whereas vaccinations are an important public health tool, and whereas the best way to protect yourself and others from the flu is to get vaccinated each year, and whereas the province has operated a successful vaccination program for many years, and whereas the flu vaccination program is a successful partnership between public health clinics, family physicians, and nurse practitioners and community pharmacies, and whereas the annual flu season is approaching and the flu vaccine is now available to Islanders, therefore be it resolved that this Assembly encourages all Islanders to get their flu shot this year.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Winslow, start debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise, of course, to move this motion about the importance of getting the flu vaccine. The one thing I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, is when I used to work in radio, we used to do a lot of public service announcements, or PSAs, and you know, there would be a lot of different things that we would be trying to promote during various times of the year. And you know, upon first look at this motion, some of the members might here think, you know, this is just kind of a PSA motion, but I don't think so this time, Mr. Speaker, and please allow me to explain. Just first of all, a little background on influenza, because last year we didn't have as much. So just a reminder to the members in here. It's a contagious viral infection which causes fever, headache, muscle and joint pain, sore throat, chest congestion, and coughs. Mr. Speaker, in a typical or an average year, about 10 to 20% of Canadians are infected with the influenza each year. It can lead to further health complications, the most common being pneumonia. Here in Canada, the influenza virus circulates usually in the population between November, so starting next month, and goes until about April. Now, the annual flu season approaching this, coming up next month, I did think that this was a very timely motion to bring forward. And the idea actually came by way of a very simple conversation that I had, Mr. Speaker. My wife Ashley celebrated her 40th birthday very recently. We had a little get together for for Ashley rather, a very COVID friendly. We were making sure to stay inside the gathering limit numbers. And one of the people that was at the party, Mr. Speaker, is a very good friend of mine who is also a pharmacist here in Charlottetown. And just out of the blue, there was various conversations going on. It was right when the Red Sox were still in the playoffs, so of course that was the topic of debate when the Maple Leafs were starting out. But the conversation turned, Mr. Speaker, my friend who is a pharmacist, and said, Zach, I hope that you'll be coming in shortly for your vaccination. And I said, no, I've already got my 2 vaccines for COVID. So I'm good, I don't need a flu vaccine this year. Which my friend had said, well, no, that's not the message that we're trying to get out right now. It's, the COVID vaccine is completely different from the actual flu. So you would need to go in and get your flu vaccine. So I said, okay, I don't know if I agree with you. I don't know if I believe you. And so I kind of tried to pick this person's brain a little bit further. And I said, well, okay, so I said, well, last year we didn't have any cases of the flu, so I would be maybe a little bit more complacent about going to actually get the flu shot, the regular flu shot, which I did get last year. And I do think, because I did talk to the pharmacist, and she told me, she said, a lot of people last year did receive the flu vaccine because at the time when people typically would get their flu shots in November through till April, there was no COVID vaccine. Didn't come until the new year, early 2021. So people were very apt to go and get the regular flu shot. Now, the measures have been great, and this was one of the main reasons that she had told me as to why there weren't as many cases of the flu last year. I don't say that only on PEI, but also on a global and a national scale because of the things that Dr. Morrison encourages and that I think that we all adhere to, hand washing, physical distancing, wearing masks, and essentially that kind of halted the typical or the common flu last year. Now, one other thing, Mr. Speaker, we have heard, and I know it's no secret to any members in this House, that the influenza or the flu, it's especially more prevalent for the vulnerable populations like our children and also our seniors. Now, individuals 65 years of age and older, they're recommended this year to receive the influenza high dose. It's free. Also, the high dose vaccine, you can get this, Mr. Speaker, at public health nursing community flu vaccination clinics as well as community pharmacies. Now, my children are both, I should say my son Harrison gets something from me, and it's a fear of needles. And I am clear petrified. I mentioned this, I think, last year in a motion I brought forward about just, encouraging again people to get their COVID vaccine, I believe it was. And I am clear terrified. My son is clear terrified, petrified, mind you, of receiving a needle. And I believe the Minister of Agriculture and Land, Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General mentioned this as well during a recent debate, that I believe one of his children may suffer from the same thing. And again, it's not a fear of the actual flu or the flu or the vaccine rather, but it is a fear of a needle. So children aged 2 to 17 years of age, Mr. Speaker, are eligible to receive the Flu Mist nasal spray as an option. So if there are members in here with either children that that are scared of it, and now that you can only get at the public nursing community flu vaccination clinics, and it is a good alternative, which we would get for my son. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you were aware of this, but PEI, we lead the way in many things. We lead the way, first of all, I believe, with the number of people that read the newspaper. We lead the way with the number of people who watch the local program or news program on CBC. But we also lead the way with high take-up from Islanders to receive the flu vaccine each and every year. Now, again, this is why I brought this motion forward. Again, I didn't want it to sound too much like of a public service announcement in that the timing of it, you know, it is flu season. We will hear the commercials on the radio. We'll see the commercials. You know, we'll hear people. But, Mr. Speaker, this morning I went to the Loblaws, or the Atlantic Superstore in West Royalty. And so I went in. I got my flu shot. I want to give you the benefits. It didn't cost me a cent. It was free of charge. The person who administered the vaccine, or the flu vaccine to me, you know, it was a relatively, I say relatively painless event, because again, I am terrified, and I did preface to that with it when I talked to her. I said, I hate needles, but can you please give me a countdown, like a 1, 2, 3, which she did. After the needle, I was fine, got my Band-Aid, and she said the only thing is you just have to wait around for 15 minutes to make sure that there is no side effects. And thankfully, there were no side effects. Now, the funny thing, Mr. Speaker, is as I was leaving, I'm literally just walking out the door, and I ran into a constituent of District 10 Charlottetown-Winslow. And you know, we were just talking about hockey, of course, and talking about how the teams are breaking down, and they just said, the person said to me, he said, you know, it's kind of funny that you're in here picking up groceries at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. And I said, oh, I'm actually here to get my flu shot. And the constituent looked at me, Mr. Speaker, and said, I've seen you in the rink, so you have your COVID vaccine, right? And I said, yeah, no, I do have my COVID vaccine, but I said I don't have my flu shot. And the funny thing, Mr. Speaker, was the constituent said almost the exact same thing to bring the story back. Almost the exact same thing that I was saying to my pharmacist, was saying, you know, I have my COVID vaccine, I don't need to get my flu shot because, you know, I'm immune now, or whatever, however you want to say it. And anyway, so it was kind of funny, and Mr. Speaker, you won't believe me, but so I finished that conversation. I said, well, have a great day, and, you know, talk to the pharmacist there if you do want to get your flu shot right now, and make my way to my car, and someone pulls in beside me, another constituent, and said hello, and of course the story, I won't bore you with the same story, but the story, it's the same story, Mr. Speaker, the same story. So, again, my ultimate goal here is to encourage, as it says in the motion, is to encourage. I hope that other members in this legislative assembly, Mr. Speaker, will first of all go and get their flu shot, and maybe they can tell some of their constituents or some of their islanders. And again, if you do have questions, like I did, and you're curious, I'm not an expert on vaccines. I'm not an expert on immunizations, but I am an expert, although my wife may disagree with me sometimes, I am an expert listener. And I listen to the expert who I trust, my pharmacist, and again, had sold me on the idea of getting my flu shot. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my remarks, and I do look forward to hearing any other comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call on the seconder of the motion, the honourable member from Royal Donagh and Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to second this motion encouraging Islanders to get their flu shot, moved by my colleague, the honourable member from Charlottetown-Winslow. I won't be able to ad-lib as many stories as the member, but I will continue the encouragement. The last 18 months has given many a newfound appreciation for how important vaccines are to our public health, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of credit to be shared for that with Islanders who are stepping up and doing their part, and the dedicated staff working at CPHO. I think some of that success is rooted in the strong foundation that we have through our vaccination programs, which are very effective. Mr. Speaker, my colleague had mentioned about the flu season now approaching. The flu vaccine will be administered free of charge at the clinics, the pharmacies, as well as through nurse practitioner and physician offices. Public Health will be offering the flu vaccine to Islanders by appointment, which I think is important, Mr. Speaker. Vaccine appointments can be made by visiting the Provincial website and then following the links through there. Community vaccination clinics are going to be held in Surrey and in Montague, Charlottetown, Summerside, and O'Leary, and of course on a drop-in basis with no appointments required for them. Mr. Speaker, booked appointments will ensure that there's a safe number of people in the clinic at any given time. Individuals are required to wear a non-medical mask to the appointment and should bring their health card if they have one, of course. Pharmacies will also, as I mentioned, pharmacies will also operate on a drop-in basis. Mr. Speaker, getting the flu vaccine will help us protect each other from illness and help protect our healthcare system from undue strain. I urge my colleagues, my constituents, and all Islanders to do their part for public health by getting their flu shot this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to thank the honourable members for bringing this motion forward. And, you know, flu shot's very important. I'm going to get mine on Monday. You know, these shots, we get any shot you can get to improve your health or to keep you safe. We should all get them. You know, the honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow, talked about his fear of needles. Well, we all have fears. I don't mind going to the dentist. I don't mind getting a needle, but I cannot stand drops in my eyes. And every 3 months I have to go and get eye tests, and I hate going, but I have to go for the health of my eyes. But to your point, you know, we do these things. We go above and beyond, and it's very important that we continue to do them for the safety of ourselves and our families and everyone. So with that, I'll certainly be supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford and the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak to this motion, and I too will be, of course, supporting this motion. Every year, the flu season, hundreds of people get the flu, thousands of people get the flu, and fortunately we have an excellent vaccination program that many Islanders take up every year. And we are fortunate to live in a place that has an extremely high rate of people who take the vaccine. It's incredibly important. And I can share a story of a senior. So my mom was quite concerned when she found out that the flu clinics were starting up, and she was at the pharmacy, and they had mentioned it to her, and she wasn't able to make an appointment while she was there because it hadn't started yet. So I talk about my mom a lot in here, and I probably shouldn't. I know the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism, and Culture probably knows my mom doesn't like me talking on camera, but I will anyway. So she was panicked because she didn't know how to get herself an appointment. And I think we often forget about the seniors in our lives. When we put things up online, not all seniors know how to use a computer. Not all seniors are able to read the phone book anymore. And when we think about how much stuff we push online, for instance, using Skip the Waiting Room, it's incredibly important that we give access and we make it accessible, but we also have to think about the seniors that are in our lives, that are our neighbors, to ensure that they know how to use that technology. And if they don't know how to use the technology, we need to ensure that we help them. And so I have to say huge kudos to the Murphys at Kinloch Crossing, because I went on to Skip the Waiting Room on Friday evening, and I booked my mom an appointment for 10 o'clock the next morning, and she was perfectly happy. She was thrilled that she was able to go the next morning, that she had an appointment. And so we have a really great scheduling app through Skip the Waiting Room, and I think that it's really it's important to recognize that technology is important, and it gives accessibility to people, but we also have to push that out to the seniors and make sure that not even seniors, anybody who doesn't have access to internet and know how to use that technology. Thank you. I'm being chirped by the no, for 211, sure. But it's not the first thing that that seniors think about doing. So, and I appreciate that, Minister, for sharing that. I will say with my daughter got her first vaccine, gosh, I think she was 5, and she gets it every year, and it's important that we know anywhere from 2 years and up can get it, and there's an alternate way of using the nasal spray. And so I appreciate that this motion was brought forward. I do just caution that whenever we do push out programs, that we make sure that it is accessible to those that may not be so savvy with technology. And anyway, everybody get your flu shot. So thank you, and of course I'll support this motion.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I certainly am pleased to see the mover and the seconder state my appreciation for bringing this motion forward. The mover, from when he was speaking, I was starting to wonder as time went by if he felt that he was in Groundhog Day sequel. There's something, same thing over and over again. But anyway, I do thank both the mover and the seconder for bringing this motion forward. As we know, we are moving into what we call the flu season. And the vaccine, the flu vaccine, without a doubt, is our best line of defense against it. I think when we look back last year, if I understand or recall correctly, Mr. Speaker, that there were no cases of, or diagnosed or documented cases of flu on Prince Edward Island. I think it shows one of the things. So with the importance of how Islanders adhered to the recommendations of CPHO with regard to the COVID protocols, but how that had a very positive impact in other areas. And certainly that was, one of those was the fact that we had no cases of influenza last year. But that doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that we're not going to this year. And we have to make sure not only that we protect ourselves, but I think it's, we look at the COVID vaccine. It's important first to protect ourselves, but we also want to make sure we protect our neighbors, our friends, our loved ones, and all Islanders. And this is something that we do as well, Mr. Speaker, when we get the flu shot. One of the things that it has been mentioned here, that you can get a high-dose flu vaccine for seniors 65 years of age and older. I missed it by just that much this year because I did have my flu shot the very first day of that the clinics were available. But also, and it was mentioned, the flu mist nasal spray for those who are ages 2 to 17. Something else I think that that was brought up here and that we need to always recognize is to get that message out. How you can get the vaccine, how you can get the flu shot. But one of the things too is that for our seniors who for whatever reason can't get out to a pharmacy, can't get out to their public health office, that home care will actually go in to a senior's home or somebody, an individual who is receiving home care support, and give that flu shot right at home. Same, they did that tremendous service through the vaccinations, both first and second vaccinations for COVID. But I want to point that out, and I would encourage members to pass that information along to their constituents so that they do know if they are receiving home care, if they are a senior but doesn't have access to transportation, that they can get that service through home care. Mr. Speaker, I'd mentioned the high-dose flu vaccine as well as the flu mist nasal spray. Mr. Speaker, as I understand it this year, that there will be upwards, if not more, than 81,000 doses of vaccine administered to Islanders. And it just shows the great uptake, how Islanders do care for one another, how they're going to protect themselves, but also for their loved ones. And as I had mentioned there a bit ago, I got my flu vaccine on the very first day that they were offered. Went to a pharmacist up west, and I know I'm fortunate. I don't have a fear of those needles, but I don't watch either when it's being injected. So I was sitting there and just roll up your sleeve a bit. So sitting there patiently. I said, "Are you almost done?" And well, actually, you had your vaccine about 20 seconds ago. So that's the type of thing that, you know, that I am very fortunate, but that it is not something to fear as much as possible. And we have to reinforce that to our seniors, to our children, so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to end again by thanking the mover and the seconder. The other ones have spoken in support of this motion. And I think it is also very important, as it has been stated before, but to reinforce that you can get the flu vaccine and the COVID if you're getting a booster or your second shot, basically, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, but that the COVID vaccine does not take the place of getting your flu vaccine. And I think it's very important for us to stress that and get that information out. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up my comments here. And again, thank you to the mover and seconder.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I am a firm supporter of the flu shot. I've been getting it now for a number of years. I'm scheduled next week to get it for this coming fall. And Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Health Minister just mentioned, the two can't be confused, the COVID shot and the flu shot. They are both for a very specific reason. I've very much enjoyed the comments and the discussion we've had here on this motion this afternoon. The only regret I have is that we didn't have a speaker that could broadcast to the exterior of the building today. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, one thing I did do while we're here, and I listened to all my colleagues speak, there's quite a few members here that do have a slight phobia or a severe phobia to needles. I've duly recorded your name, and it is my duty now to recruit you as a donor for Canada Blood Services. So I will be calling on you. There's nothing to fear. It's a good program to have. And yeah, exactly, we should go en masse. But Mr. Speaker, I'm fully supportive of this motion, and I recommend any Islander that is eligible to get the flu shot to please do so. Thank you.
Did I miss anyone on the list? Oh, the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to rise in support of this motion. Of course, like the Minister of Health and Wellness, I went the first day the flu shot was available and got my flu shot. But Mr. Speaker, I thought that the member from Stratford Mermaid made a good point when she talked about the fact that seniors, really for them to get the information and book appointments, and it can be a tough thing. As the minister responsible for seniors, I wanted to reiterate. I said while she was speaking that 211 is an option and a good option, and they'll give information across multiple topics, really almost anything that government offers, any services, and beyond. So I really encourage, once again, all members in this House to have anyone call 211 if they need help getting a service, but especially seniors, Mr. Speaker. And I just encourage everybody to get their flu shot this year. I'm kind of like the Minister for Health and Wellness too. I just don't look, and they're getting so good at giving these needles now, you don't even feel the needle when they go in. But anyhow, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this motion.
The opposition are
Yeah. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? If not, I'll go to the mover of the motion, Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and just to echo the comments of all of the other members, the Minister of Transportation may find it hard to believe, but I will hopefully be making my 49th blood donation at Canadian Blood Services this coming month. And I would definitely take that up. It sounds like I'm making a motion out of it. And I do want to thank the member from Mermaid Stratford as well. I'm also a member that uses family references quite a bit, and it is a good way in this House to find out a little bit more about each individual member. So I do appreciate that. And also what the Minister of Health and Wellness had mentioned with regards to the seniors. Again, and I think the member across also referenced that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude remarks, and I will call for the vote, seconded by the member from Morell-Donagh.
Okay, honourable members, asked for a vote on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Or say. All those against, raise your hands. Honourable member, your motion passed unanimously. Honorable members, the hour has been called. I don't know why. You can say yay and nay, and I say raise your hands. I don't know where that comes from. It must be when I was in school. I was always raising my hand. Good to see you always listening. That's right. Thank you. Honourable member for Morel, Donna, and the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that this House adjourn until Wednesday, October 27th at 1 o'clock in the PM.
Shall carry. Safe travels, everyone.